for the folks on who are watching on YouTube to be able to experience what the power of these coaching calls are. And so we are streaming live to my YouTube channel, just so you guys are all aware that there will be outside people watching in. So keep your clothes on and all the things. We we want to keep it PG, but I'm excited. I'm excited to allow the extended community, our extended family, to watch and be a participant in what we do. Now, the great thing is that we will be taking occasional questions from the YouTube audience. Of course, this is your call, right? So we'll be going through and answering your questions. Natasha will occasionally be bringing us a question from YouTube, which I will answer. But the beauty of that is that if you guys are in specific markets, before you answer your question or ask your question, it would not be a bad idea for you to just state your full name, tell people what market you're in, because guess what? They may want to connect with you on social media, JV with you, do deals with you. So what greater way for you to extend your expertise and where you're doing business out to the community at large, but by doing this call so everybody can see where you guys are all at. Does that sound fun? Everybody good to go? We all happy about it? Awesome. Hello, YouTube. I can't see you guys, but I know you're there, and I'm super grateful for all of you for joining us today and participating in this marathon of calls. You guys may not know this, but I sit on these calls on a Tuesday night, sometimes for 4 or 5 hours. They've even gone longer than 5 hours. I think our record is 6. I do this because I am deeply involved in answering questions, in participating in the journey that the people in the Astro community are undertaking in this world of wholesale real estate. I don't believe that it's okay when you become a part of a community like this and the head of it is absent and not really participating. And so for me, being hands-on and really being able to provide insights from the over 7,000 transactions that I've completed in wholesale, to be able to provide that insight and information from my mouth so that people understand and know that the information they're getting is coming from somebody with experience to be able to provide it. So I hope you guys watching and tuning in from YouTube are enjoy this. If you guys have questions, we will be periodically bringing in questions from the comment section. So comment, guys, like this video, share it on your social media feeds. This is something we're trying out. This is brand new. But I'm really hoping that we can get some cross pollination here from the Astro community and the people from the YouTube community, and so that we can all do more deals. We can all become better friends. And if you ever have make the decision that you want to join this community because you see how much value is being delivered here, there will be somebody available to you in the comment section. You can ask them any questions about what it's like to be in the Astro community and what the qualifications are for you to be permitted into it. And we would love to see you at some time in the future. All right. Now, the people who are on here on the Zoom know how we always start these calls. But for you guys on YouTube, I will always begin these calls with a prayer. And the reason for that is I truly believe that anything and everything that we want or need in our life will find its way to us through Source when we ask and take steps towards it. Again, if this makes you uncomfortable at all, just mute me for 30 seconds because I'm going to do it anyways. But if you'd like to join us, here we go. Father God, we love you so much, Lord. Thank you for today. Thank you for opening all our eyes and giving us breath, for giving us the minds to connect and communicate with each other. God, we are so grateful for that. Lord, we ask that you guide each of us to your purpose for our lives, so that the steps we take are your steps, the words we speak, your words, the actions we take, your actions. God, we ask that you guide us to those individuals that will be of benefit to us, either through a financial gain or a lesson that we need to learn. But we also ask that you deflect us from those individuals that would waste our time or bring us harm. Lord, for any of our family members here that are in need of any additional understanding of the concepts that we teach, we just pray for perfect clarity in our minds. And for anyone suffering through any physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual pain, we just pray for perfect healing in our lives. And Lord, it is with humble hearts, and in your heavenly name we pray. Amen. All right. Let's rock and roll. John Galan.
Jamil Damji.
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Every day's a blessing.
Every day is a blessing. Really quickly, just tell people where you do business, a little bit about you so that, not the full scope, because, you're a superstar and it'll take too long, but look, a quick cliff note so that people can understand who you are and how they can work with you.
Yeah, my name is John Galan. I joined Astro in December of 2021, and since then I've done over 100 deals, and I work in the Florida market. So I do the whole state of Florida, from the Panhandle all the way down to the southern tip of Florida. So you have any deals in Florida, send them to me at deals@easyres.com. That's deals@easyres.com. And yeah, speaking of, 2 weeks ago I did my biggest week ever wholesaling.
And we got to participate in that with you too, which was pretty amazing.
Yep. Well, I did a deal with Keegley, and then I did three other deals, and the grand total wound up being around $120,000 for the week.
Wow. So 120 for the week. Where are you sitting for the month right now?
The month was just around 150,000.
My goodness, dude. Incredible. Congratulations. What a trip to see the progression of how you've been able to just scale this business. You're on my heels, John. I can feel you. So for those of you that aren't aware, John is building his own version of Keegley. They're going to franchise their operation and go national, which I actually I love. I don't believe that there's anything wrong with more players in the game. In fact, you see how we collaborate here. We all do deals together, and so the more business he does, the more business we get to do, and we just keep feeding each other, which is pretty amazing. But
Yep.
it's great to see, man. How can I help today?
Yeah, so my question was actually on scaling, because right now we're pretty much consistently doing like at least 9 to 10 deals a month, and I would say average like $130,000 a month, but that's kind of been like a consistent for a couple of months.
Okay.
So my question for you was, like, I'm assuming at one point when you were building Keegley, you hit a point where you were not like a ceiling, but you were hitting like a consistent month and it wasn't really going past that as much. So like, what did you notice was like your biggest like hurdle, and how did you kind of break through that? Like, what did you notice really change you from like the $130,000 a month to 250, $300,000 a month?
That's a really great question. So there's a couple of things, right? We didn't do it correctly our first go about it. Okay. So for us, what ended up happening was we decided that we wanted to go national. And the first decision we made was to open up more corporate stores. So we went and opened up corporate stores in like I think four other markets while we were operating in Phoenix. And we were hoping that that would actually translate into more business. We were just going to scale the operation, just implement the same processes. We would have shops in those cities, so we were doing it remotely. So we had our Florida store located in Florida. We had our Nevada store located in Vegas, and we had another one in Atlanta, and there were a couple others. And so the problem with that is that we didn't have the talent at that level of management to be able to sustain that. And it all actually just fell on its face. We ended up burning through hundreds of thousands of dollars. All of those stores ended up having to shut down. It was one of the biggest missteps that we ever took. It cost us, I would say overall, it ended up costing us roughly $1 million in just losses in that kerfuffle, right? But what we understood is that there is a limiting factor. There is a point where you get to in a specific market where it's really difficult to break through, and it's going to be because of a few things, right? Saturation with respect to the people that you're working with, the ability of your talent to go out there and find more opportunities, so create more JV relationships. There is also just a cap in how many real estate agents there are and how many people that you're working with. And you get to this critical mass where, yes, you are cycling through people. Yes, people are coming in and coming out, but you just seem to stay at that same level. So we knew that hiring more people in that specific market, because we tested it, to do more business wasn't necessarily going to work either, right? Because you hire more people, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be more deals. So that's where we made that decision to franchise. That's when we said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have our operation, but we're going to do satellite offices through franchising. That's going to allow us to do more business. Now, of course, we're not talking $150,000. We were well above $700,000, $800,000 in revenue before we made that swap, right? For you right now, trying to get from 150,000, say, to like 250,000. Okay. Two things are going to need to happen. The talent that you have that's managing the staff is has to be of a caliber that's going to be able to recreate whatever wins are happening right now. And the scary thing that you're going to need to do is you're going to need to elevate your best acquisition guy to a management role. And that is going to frighten you because that your best acquisition guy is probably 70% of your business right now. What would you say? Who's your best act guy? You? Okay.
Me, and so because most of the deals, like that $130,000 average, like we didn't really have a sales team. We just got a good sales team.
Yep.
So we finally have three people. They're new. One of them is an Astro student, Raphael. He's the one. He got one of the largest deals. That's his first deal too. So
Okay.
we have three like solid salespeople now. All those 130,000, most months were just JV deals. They were like we were doing like 10 to 15 JV deals a month. Now we finally have a sales team. So that is not including any direct deals really. So most of them were JV deals. So now we have a sales team going. So I know once the sales team starts moving, I'm going to want to get somebody to now go up and kind of manage that sales team. So I'm
Yep.
not in the day to day with them all the
And
time.
and that's exactly that. You're exactly right. You're going down the right path, John. So there is going to be a point. Like for instance, what really catapulted us at Keegley, right, was when Thomas replaced me.
Mm-hmm.
When Thomas took me out of my position, that freed me to go build more and do more, create more opportunities in other situations, right? And so right now, you're me sitting in that seat. You need a Thomas. You need that person who's going to necessarily be your right hand, your left hand, that person that's just they are talented, they are driven. You are going to have to pay them very well. They're not going to be your 20% acquisition person. They're likely going to need to have an override over,
Mm-hmm.
the entire operation. But hiring that individual that you know has the skills and the talent and the consistency to come in and perform at your level, it is going to be what breaks you past that threshold. That's where you're going to start hitting that $250,000 mark. But that's that level of talent. Now, how do you find that level of talent is the $1 million question, right? You will likely find talent like that within this community by nurturing. You could be the person that plants the seed in the brain of the person that becomes you. But there are characteristics that are common amongst people who rise to the occasion. And they're the characteristics that I noticed in you when you first joined the community, right? It was the consistency that you continue to show. And you're not going to get this from an interview. You're going to get this by bringing people in and watching them over the course of a few months and seeing how they operate, see how they roll, see how consistent they are, see how they show up. And after you get that person and you see, okay, this is that guy, this is that lady that has and demonstrates the qualities that I had and I have when I'm bringing my best to this business, that's who I'm going to elevate and put in that position. And you don't tell them that before they come in. These are people that you're hiring at that level. You are letting them show you what they're made of. You're letting them show you and rise to that situation. And then when they've risen to that, you pluck them out of there, you put them in that seat, and then you continue to grow. But that's how you're going to scale past that point. It's talent. Right now, you are missing talent because you are Michael Jackson. At the end of the day, you're Michael Jackson in your business, right? And if you can't find a Chris Brown, or if you can't find an Usher, right, there's no way that you're going to be able to keep the music going, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they exist. They exist. That's the beauty of humans. There are millions, billions of talented people out there. There are so many of them, and there's a lot of them that just want an opportunity. And knowing that you are pulling in $100,000 weeks, over $100,000 months consistently, and that you are opening your door, maybe somebody watching the YouTube right now would be listening to this say, I need to know that guy. I need to actually be a part of that guy's team. And if you are watching this on YouTube right now, and if this is speaking to you, if you feel like you have what it takes to be this person for John, reach out to him. But you have a talent problem right now. That's what you're missing. And as soon as you bring that individual on, John, you're going to see things get really crazy. Because when I had me and Thomas and then Jeff Houlihan, the three of us, and we were all smashing act, dude, that's when Keegley became Keegley. Up until then, we were just a wholesale operation. When
Right.
those three came in, and when it was us three, and we were the top 3 in the entire organization. That's when we started breaking records. That's when we started, crushing 80, 90, 100 deals a month. That was the year we hit 1,000. We haven't hit another 1,000 deal year since that original year when I had Jeff, Thomas, and myself. We have not hit another 1,000 deal year since that time because we were the dream team. That's we were the 90s Bulls. Like, that's who we were. And then things dismantled, right? We lost folks. And so, talent is going to be how you get there. Retaining the talent is going to be your biggest, it's going to be, your biggest expense, but it's what's going to take you to that next spot.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, we got to get the sales team built out and then eventually get somebody to manage the sales team. And we also have to get Dispo so Helena could get herself out of the Dispo role and start doing more high level stuff like me. But the only other thing too is, like, I try to continue to call agents, but since we're also doing a lot of micro flips, I have somebody managing the email and answering back wholesalers. But at the end of the day, I'm still closing the wholesalers and still kind of taking second looks at deals here and there. So if I'm like, let me dedicate an hour or two to, calling some agents on some properties, that usually comes into putting out fires or managing the team or helping, because Helena's all dispo. So
Right.
I know we have a lack there. So I can't do as much outreach on strictly agents. It's more so like everything else. But I guess as I get the talent, some more talent coming in, and then also some help on the dispo side, then I'll be able to free up my time to either do more of the acquisition side or more of like the kind of scaling the team and bringing on more leads from wholesalers and whatnot.
Yeah, and okay, so for instance, this gentleman that just joined your team right now that brought in that $100,000 deal, right?
Yeah.
Phenomenal, right? Do you think that this was a product of beginner's luck? Was this somebody that you see exhibits the qualities that you bring to the table? Is this somebody that you think you can mold into another version of what you've been able to accomplish?
Yeah, I think he's also super, super like intentional at the same time too. So
Okay.
like how like last call, maybe it was the executive call, I asked you about like KPIs, and then you said like numbers don't mean anything when you don't think in like a Newtonian way. He already had that kind of mindset. So like, and I've been bringing that into my team a lot more recently now too. Like that week
how
we got
how
that.
much do you think that that's making a difference? Because I
Oh,
get
that's
fought
everything.
on this. I get fought on this all the time,
Oh,
right?
dude.
People are like, Jamil, what are you doing? Why are you telling people that success is an inside job? Success has to do with effort and consistency. Yes, it does. I 100% agree it has to do with effort and consistency, but it comes from in here. It
Yeah.
comes from your intention. If you haven't
Yeah.
set a path for yourself mentally to get out there and accomplish something, how the heck do you think it's going to happen?
I mean, you want to know something funny? That week, that big week before retrades and everything, I had told Helena and the team like the week before, I was like, guys, we're gonna do $57,000 next week. Well, this week, we're gonna do $57,000 in assignment fees this week. It didn't happen, but I was like, no, it's gonna happen, guys. Don't just trust me. It's gonna happen. 57,000. Wednesday of the week before, we had gotten 3 deals done. They amounted to $57,500 before any retrades. And I was like, all right, we're gonna make it $101,250 before Friday. And then it wound up becoming $120,000.
Incredible.
So like it's all the intention. So that's what I've been teaching my team more so than numbers. I'm like, numbers don't mean anything. They're more of like accountability for yourself, and also so we can make sure your numbers aren't getting flagged.
Yep.
But it's all about the intention you set. And he's been very, very intentional, and he was able to do that. I'm switching over one of my other acts. So we have two doing direct to agent and one doing MLS. And I switched her and I started helping her mindset. She's
Mm.
about to get 2 or 3 properties locked up this week, most likely, just waiting on final signatures. She did just get one that I sent to Keegley and also some of our other buyers that we have people walking on. So, but intention's everything. Like that's all it is the mindset. I mean, that's what's helped me get to where I'm at. It has nothing to do with me working harder than anybody or knowing more than anybody. I've just been more intentional.
I 1,000% agree, and I love the fact that you've taken that so seriously, and you are an example of what it looks like when you apply this. And so, congrats on all the success, John. Love you.
Appreciate it.
People are asking how to get in touch with you, so if you want to shout out your number, you're free to do so if you'd like.
I'll tell you guys, connect with me on IG. It's John Galan, JohnGalanRei. That's my Instagram. DM me if you're interested in working with my team. DM me if you have any deals in Florida. send it to deals@easyres.com. Jamil, man, thank you for changing my life. This community's been everything. I've actually had gotten a new tattoo, and on it is on part of the sleeves a rocket ship.
Hey, that is so dope, dude. Thank you for showing me that.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro. This community is everything.
Wow.
It changed
That's
my
so
life.
cool.
So I love
Man, dude, you're gonna get me emotional right now. That's so cool,
it.
bro. Thank you.
Of
That is
course, no,
amazing. You
thank you.
changed your life, brother. I'm just happy to be here with you and helping be a part of that, man. It's my purpose in life to be able to do this. And so you've made it easy for me. Thank you.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much,
Back,
and love the community. Love you guys.
back at you. Guys, speaking of Keegley, I've got and moving forward, I'm gonna have a representative from Keegley on all these calls. If there is a market or a deal that you've got that you need help with, Mike is here. Mike is in the chat. And if you need any help on in any market, whatever that be, just reach out to Mike. Mike will connect the dots for you with franchises, with corporate stores, whatever that is. Mike is here and he's available anytime you need it. So that's just going to be an easier way for us to communicate with franchises and other corporate locations if you guys need any help. I'm just trying to streamline the communication. Sean Castro.
Jamil, how are you doing, bro?
Amazing. How are you?
Good, good. I just got a quick comp, a little underwhelming from John's amazing intro there. But I had this deal. Somebody on my team got this locked up. We got it at a price that I thought made sense.
Okay.
Uh, Sent it out to buyers, and we didn't get a whole lot of feedback. We had one offer that was about 20,000 lower than our contract price,
Mm.
and I couldn't really figure out why.
Okay, let's take a look. What is the address?
Address is 8738 North Tangerine Place in Tampa, Florida. And I'm just
Okay.
noticing that
8738. Yep.
we canceled it yesterday and it's
Mm.
already off market, which is interesting. So the seller was they all of a sudden became super motivated because they were under contract to purchase another property, and
Oh,
they were going to use the funds from this to roll into that. So I canceled my contract a little bit early because I didn't want to hold him up,
yep.
and then I noticed that he took it off market. So
Okay. I mean, it could be an opportunity for you to go direct to seller. Just saying, you never know. That could make it a little bit of an easier sell on your number. I don't know what your relationship is with the agent, so I'm not trying to tell you to cut the agent out by any means. But if it is now expired with that agent, it is fair game. Just so you know.
okay,
All right. So I want to stay. I'm gonna stay to the what is this? East of 40th.
Yep,
And then
south of East Bush for sure.
south of Bush, right? So east of 40th, south of Bush, we can't cross those lines. We've got a 2-bed, 1-bath, 1,020 square foot, single story, 1961 built single family residence.
Yeah,
1,020. Okay, let's see what this 144 is.
it is a wood frame as well. The comps that we had were block.
All of them were block.
All of them were block. The highest block one was 320, but we came up with a 280 ARV to
Okay.
obviously adjust. There also is a little bit of a janky addition of a 1 bedroom, so it's a 3-1. It is not permitted, but it is there. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a brand new comp. I didn't. Oh wait, no,
Yeah,
that's
but you're out of the build
23.
generation. You're
That's
79. This is 79. You're a
yeah.
61. So that
That's
doesn't apply.
that's 23. Never mind.
A 98 here, 295. This is larger. I'm curious how you came to a 300 ARV is what
No,
I'm
no,
what
no,
I'm
280, 280,
280.
280.
Okay. I'm not necessarily seeing that, my bro.
Okay. What are you seeing?
Well, when we get into the threes here, we're pushing 1,500 square feet from what I've been able to see here. You're at 1,020, right? So you're significantly smaller. Here's one. Okay, hold on a second. Here's a 3-2, 1191 square footer. It is on a larger lot, but at this price point, it's not going to create that much of a difference. maybe a $5,000 or $10,000 lot premium. But let's take a look at the inside of this house here.
Can I give you the comps that we found?
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'm of course just want to stay within the
Right,
really
right.
tight before I start looking elsewhere. But so this is a remodel based off of the color of this door, the color of this trim, and the numbers that are on the outside. We can't see inside here, but we can tell based off of the modernization of the address, the door, and the trim, this has been remodeled, right? So I don't really need to see inside, but that tells me something. That says that a 3.2 sold in July of 23 at 265, which is not, close to 280. So give me your comp so I can see where it is.
Yeah, so I have a block 4309 East Grove View Ave. So again, this is block. It is a 3.2, but it's smaller in square footage. So, in theory, the buyer could add that one bathroom. But this is just to show that, it can push above the threes. And then the wood frame comp
we were east of 40th. Okay. It's east of 40th, south of Bush.
So we're right there.
You're right there. Yeah. So interesting.
Yeah. The other one is a wood frame. It is 8711 Orange View. Right there. This one,
not showing.
Sure. Yeah.
Not showing the sale.
Sold for 274,900 January 25th, 2024. So maybe if you throw it onto Redfin or something, you'll be able to see.
Yeah, this here, my friend, this is your because it's wood frame as well, right?
Right, correct.
I would not, if you have a wood frame available, I think that it doesn't make sense to use a block and make an adjustment. You've got to stick to the wood frame.
Right.
Okay, so let's see what Zillow is saying this thing sold for.
Zillow might not have pictures. Redfin
doesn't have pictures. So, okay. So Sean, this was the comp to use. Okay. Because it's wood frame, very similar in elevation. This one makes sense. Now here's the difference. This has an extra bath and it's got extra square footage. So we need to adjust down from here, right? So if we're at 275, we want to take out, we got to get to the dollar per square foot, right? So let's get to the dollar per foot. We get at 275,000. Divide that by 1176. That gives us $233 a square foot. Our subject property is
1,020.
1,020. Okay. All right. So that gets us to 238. Now that's not after, and we still haven't adjusted for the bath. So I think you got like a 225 house here, bro.
Wow. For like 150 square feet in a bathroom.
100%. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's where the disconnect was in your numbers and where your buyers were seeing that as well. I think that's what tipped it over for you, unfortunately. And your buyers caught that, right? They caught it, especially in these smaller properties, bro. The square, like just that 100 square feet, look how much of a difference it made in value.
Yeah.
At $233 a square foot. I mean, it's 100 square feet, almost $25,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay. So I think this is where we had the disconnect there. But look, I don't think you did anything wrong in trying that one. I think you were right. You were on the line. You gave it your best. Is there an opportunity for you to go back to this homeowner and see if there's potential for you to do a direct deal with them? Possibly. Right. You said that they seem to be pretty motivated in what they wanted to do. Do you think that there's a conversation that you could have?
We can try. We can definitely try. We have a really great relationship with the agent. So we'd probably call her and see what
call the agent. Don't go around the agent. You got a great relationship with the agent. That's who you work with.
Yeah. Because sometimes they take it off for a few days and want to throw it back on. Sometimes they do weird stuff like that.
What were the days on market?
This one was, I'll tell you right now, it's on my Trello board. 80. So they were listed at 200. I had it at 145. I was trying to push it at 160. And I had a 280 ARV, which obviously we found is wrong. But
you had it at what price?
I had it at 145.
And you were trying to sell for 165. Okay, so let's say we're at 2.25, which is where I think this really landed, right? where I think you should have been on this. I think you needed to be at 125 on this.
Okay. I think Helena had a buyer, John, at like 124.
Okay, and you could have bumped him. So if you had that, so he had a buyer at 124. If you were in it at 125, call it right. John had a buyer at roughly 125. I'm sure John could have bumped that guy up to 135. That it's a skinny deal, but that's where this thing would have traded at.
Got it.
We're bang on. We're like right in there. John's buyer was right in there, and we're not far off on price, dude. This is we're still in the tennis match. Go back there and return the volley.
Gonna do that. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Copy.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh my God, Seth Pettit.
My man,
Where you been, baby?
Just working hard, brother.
How is life? How has things been? Catch me up to speed.
Well, I'm having my biggest month so far. Closing. Hell, I think we closed like 8 deals this month so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you? What does that mean for the bank?
For the bank, so the company's bringing in roughly it would have been 58, but we had a buyer back out last minute, so we're bringing in about 40 bands this month for just for what I brought in. That's not including.
My good. You guys remember when Seth was sitting in that basement and we could see his breath because he couldn't afford to fix his furnace? Yo, you guys remember this? I remember this. I remember when he first got on these calls and he was struggling. Before he caught his stride, there he was in his house. I had the wood paneling behind him. Now he's got stylish glasses and a haircut. Dude, what happened? You got a little bit of money and you went bougie on us. You look great. How can I help today, dude?
Hey, man. No, this community built me. It was
you built you. Always remember that. This community supported it, but you built you. This is you. Own it.
I appreciate you, homie. I was just jumping on here because I didn't really know how to what I've been dealing with at least my realtors lately.
Okay.
Is they've been using the price per square foot model of like how to price a home, and
Sure.
I have a tough time trying to argue why that's not the best route to take. So,
Are they breaking over 200 square feet and trying to evaluate price per square foot? Are they breaking the rules and doing price per square foot, or how are they doing it that makes you not like it?
So they're using smaller homes that have sold
and then applying that to a big home.
Yes.
Okay. So that's when you say to them, listen, I appreciate the gymnastics that we're doing here to try to get to the value, but I have to be honest with you. Okay. I have had many conversations with appraisers. In fact, the person that I work very closely with has interviewed, and this is true. I have interviewed over 100 appraisers to come up with the appraisal rules that we work by. And unfortunately, it is not allowed. Once you pass 200 square feet in value, 200 square feet in size, plus or minus either direction, you cannot use that property as a comparable anymore. It is off the books. And if they argue you on that, say, listen, I appreciate that you think it's different. Why don't we get an appraiser on the call? And then Google an appraiser, put them on the phone and say, I have a question for you. If I've got a house that's 1,500 square feet and I got a house that's 1,000 square feet, can I take the dollar per square foot for the 1,000 square foot house and apply it to a 1,500 square foot house and hear the answer? Put them on the spot.
Yeah, that's brilliant. We actually got an appraiser that came in here and did a presentation for us to see what he does directly here. So that'd be a good guy to get on the phone.
Get on the phone with them and call them up and say, hey, look, my goal is to use you as often as possible. Thank you so much for, presenting to our group and being, a great resource for us. Would you mind if ever, because I got to educate some of these agents who don't understand the what goes into an appraisal and the rules that you guys, by the way, did you confirm the appraisal rules with the appraiser by chance? Was there any confirmation there that you got to help you feel even more confident about how you apply the rules?
Yeah, we pretty much gave to him like what we're looking at, and everything is pretty much on point. Like he's like, everything you're doing is right.
Amazing. So this is what you do. You call them in, call them on the three-way, say, hey, look, let's call an appraiser. Just like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's like, hold on. Let's call a friend. Call them on the three-way, say, listen, you're an appraiser, licensed appraiser. Can you give us your license number so that she can verify? Awesome. Here's what we're trying to do. This real estate agent is trying to tell me that it's okay to compare a 1,700 square foot house and a 1,000 square foot house using the 1,000 square foot house's dollar per square foot to justify value at a 1,700 square foot property. And he will say to you, you can't do that. Smaller properties always have a higher dollar per square foot than larger properties. It's just how it shakes out. Because of that, the largest that we can ever go, plus or minus in either direction, is 250 square feet. That's the rule.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
and the thing is that with these agents, she or he knows. They know this is a manipulation tactic. And it just goes to it, and they are trying to sell you a narrative that's a lie. It's a lie. Now, I'm not telling you to put them in the situation or destroy the relationship by calling the lie out, but bringing to the table the understanding and the education that verifies what you're saying is going to make that agent act in a better fashion moving forward. And I think that's important for the industry anyways. The more we can educate people to actually do this correctly and honestly, the better the entire industry gets.
No, thank you, my man. That's a good little tip that I'm going to use in one agent in particular, because they're out to lunch on what they think the value is.
And you know what? Maybe I'm misspeaking here. Maybe they're not intentionally doing it, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt that it's just a lack of education or just a lack of understanding. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt that they just don't know, and let's help them know.
No, thank you, my man. Thank you. One last thing. What do I got to do to get on To the Moon podcast?
5 jumping jacks.
I'll do it.
Right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're booked.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah. Hey, Seth, listen, I apologize that we haven't actually had you on yet. You're well deserving of it, brother. And if you can hit up Yvette right now, you didn't have to do the jumping jacks. That was just for my fun. but Yvette will have you scheduled on the next episode.
Let's go. Thank you.
You have no idea how happy it's going to be for me to have you on. From where your journey, from where you started to where you are right now, dude, it's just an incredible transformation. Like, no joke. You are one of those people that I will know for the rest of my life. Your life was absolutely changed because of this community, and I feel incredible about it. And you should absolutely be so proud of yourself.
Thank you, brother. Thank you,
my
everybody.
man.
I love this
My man.
community.
Love you back, dude. Isaiah.
Hey, Jamil, we have a question from Sam Haynes on YouTube.
All right, what's the question?
Yeah, what do you think the market will do this year?
Oh, Sam Haynes. All right. So we have a promise from the Fed that there will be rate decreases. Now, look at what they just did to us. They faked us out. We thought there was going to be a little bit of a drippy drop, and they didn't do it. So what the Fed is doing right now is kind of toying with the market, right? And I don't say that they're doing this in an intentional way to create any, but they don't want us to overheat. They don't want us to get too excited. But if you noticed last week, mortgage rates actually dipped into the 5s for the 30-year fixed. We finally broke through the 6% threshold. So what has that done overall in the market? Well, I have new construction on the market right now. I have flips on the market right now, all of which have more than tripled the amount of showings that we had in the later part of December. And so volume is absolutely going to increase. Transactional volume is going to increase. Inventory is going to continue to be compressed. It's going to continue to be compressed because until we get close to 5%, the people who are sitting on 3 and 4% mortgages aren't going to sell. And so we're still going to have a tight market with compressed inventory, with rates hitting the 5s. And if we get closer to 5.5, buyers are going to be kicking in the door to come in and take advantage of the lower rate before rates maybe go up again or whatever they decide or feel might happen. And so I think 2024 is going to be one of these years for accelerated growth. Here are the two things, Sam, that I think you need to pay attention to. Number one, days on market. Okay, if we start to see average days on market start to creep up beyond 60 days, then we have an understanding that there is starting to be a shift. The other thing that I want you to pay attention to is months of inventory. Right now, across the nation, we're sitting at around 2.5 to 3 months of inventory, which puts us in a seller's market. If we get to 4 months of inventory, 5 months of inventory, or 6 months of inventory, which is a balanced market, I think we're going to be in for a shift and possibly a correction. So just watch those two metrics and pay attention to rates. But I think the 2024, things are looking really, really good for pricing. Things are looking really, really good for volume. They don't look so good for buyers. Just saying, it's going to be very competitive and it's going to be expensive. But as an investor, if you're fixing and flipping, if you're wholesaling, get ready for a year where you should be able to make a substantial amount of money. Cool. Isaiah.
What's up, dude?
How are you, brother?
Good, man. Hey, thanks for all that you do for the community, putting all these great people together. And, I mean, just hearing what John's doing, hearing what some of these other people are doing, the proximity is dope. And it keeps someone like me kind of having something to look up to. And then when new people are coming in and they're asking for help, offering, advice and, mindset stuff too. So thank you, dude.
Absolutely, brother. Happy to be here. Happy to do it. You guys give me as much of a push and jolt of energy in my life as I'm able to do here. So it goes both ways.
Love it. So quick question on the price per square feet.
Yes, sir.
So is it contingent on the appraisal rules from basically what I was hearing you say?
Yeah, on price per square foot, we can't apply price per square foot if our subject and our comp are more than 250 square feet apart in size.
Okay.
Plus or minus. Okay, so to give you an example, if my subject house is 1,000 square feet, okay, how small of a house can I look at?
750.
How large of a house can I look at?
1250.
That's it. You got it. That's it.
Cool.
That's the quiz. That's the quiz you should give agents. No, don't.
I haven't been doing that.
They'll fail.
I've been using comps. I've been using comps based off of if it fits the appraisal rules, then I can use the value it's sold at. That's the number I've been using. So seems to kind of needless to say, I've been too high on all my comps or low.
So explain that. I didn't quite understand what you meant there.
Yeah. So say our subject property is 1,000 square feet.
Yep.
And say the comp is 1,250 square feet and it's sold for 275.
Yep.
I'll go in. It fits the year build. It fits the square feet. I'll go in and say, okay, our ARV is 275.
No, you have to make the adjustment because on an appraisal, they will always adjust. They'll always make those adjustments for discrepancies in size. Always. And I've looked at hundreds of appraisals, hundreds of them. And every single time they've done $1 per square foot adjustment.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
course.
That's going to help me get better. We have a deal closing this week. Hopefully we got cleared. It was a probate deal.
Let's
and
go.
then we have two lined up for next month too. So
let's go. What's the one closing going to get you?
It's a what is it? It's a 5K deal between me and another Astro student.
Boom.
So,
base hits are grace hits, dude. That's we want them all the time. They stack and stack and stack. And that's how we keep the lights on. You get the real, when you get a $40,000 or a $30,000 clip, a banger, that's when you get to eat steak. But we keep the lights on with base hits. So always be grateful for them.
I will. Thank you, bro. Hey guys, if you're in the Florida community or the Florida market, feel free to reach out to me. My email is on the screen there. Happy to work with you if you're in Tampa or any surrounding markets.
Incredible. Guys, I highly recommend Isaiah. He's a wonderful dude. He's also super helpful. So if any of you guys watching on YouTube are like, hey man, I want to just kind of hang out with somebody and ask some questions, you guys, reach out to John, reach out to Sean, reach out to Isaiah. These people they care, Seth, all of these folks, they want to be helpful. They want to work with you guys. So, part of doing this live stream on YouTube was to help bridge more connectedness, more community. And this is not just about being in the community. This is about working together, about helping each other, Of course, we want you in the community. You guys should be here. Look at how dope it is. Look at how much money these guys are making. But if it's not in the cards for you, there's always an opportunity to collaborate. Never forget that. All right, on we go.
Thanks, dude.
Of course. John Lisandrello.
Hey, brother, how are you?
Amazing. How are you?
I'm doing good. Great call so far.
Thank you. How are you? How are things going?
Things are good. I've been working the system. Unfortunately had a deal fall through, but I'm working another one.
Okay.
And just trying to get it to work. You know, it's Indianapolis is a unique market.
Yes.
Where there's competition, but there's not a lot of inventory right now. So whatever deals I get, I'm trying to make work. So
John, are you doing anything direct to seller by chance?
Right now I'm not.
Okay. You know, it's in smaller markets like that, right? It may at some point. Now, again, you know, not to say it's in the cards for you right now, because, you know, of course, let's get a few more deals in our belt, get your budget up a little bit.
Right.
But in a place like Indianapolis, using something like Dr. Deal Junkie, right, where you just curate a very specific list. Where I'm not talking about going and getting 10,000 records and skip tracing 10,000 records and calling 10,000 people. That's for the birds. We don't do that. We don't do that here. But going in and saying, okay, because today I was working with Jenna Hoover from Deal Junkie, and we created I was like, okay, if you work a 9-to-5 job, okay, and you only had an hour a day to make phone calls, just an hour a day before work, what could we create a super list that could be attacked in an hour? Okay. So this is what we did. Of course, they've got all the AI filters that they put on top of to get a sellability score, right? So we set the sellability score at 700 or greater. Then we ticked absentee owner, we ticked delinquent taxes, and we ticked owns free and clear. And it gave us a list of like 30 people. Okay. Now, those 30 people, just from the AI sellability scores, have a 16 times greater chance of selling than that entire list would have.
Right.
Add on top of that the distressed points of absentee owner, tax, late on taxes, and own free and clear, so that they have 100% equity. You now have a pressure cooker of a situation. Okay. Out of those 30 people, you're going to get 2 leads. You are. Okay. And so it would be to your benefit at some point, because Indianapolis is one of those markets where direct to seller is actually a pretty decent strategy. Right. It's a smaller market, you know, and while inventory's tight, it would be worth your while to check it out. Right now, of course, agent outreach has been working for you. Right. JV has been working for you. So keep doubling down on that. But, you know, let's just say after about 3 deals, after your next third deal, let's talk about it and get you out there, because I think that's going to be helpful for you.
Sounds good. So the reason I called for a comp, but I want to go off of what Isaiah just said.
Okay.
I used to approach comping the same way he did. If it fell into the rules of 250, I would use that comp. So you're saying that if the subject property is or the comp is 250 above, you still have to do price per square foot?
You still got to adjust for the square footage. Correct. Yeah.
And on the other way too, if it's lower?
Plus or minus, you still got to adjust.
Really?
You still have to adjust. Yeah. If you've got a 750 square foot house and you've got 1,000 square foot comp, say your comp is 200 grand, they're not going to give you 200 grand for your 750. They're going to adjust you down to 175 or whatever that is.
So we use that comp, but we have to adjust per square footage.
Correct.
Is that the only caveat? Is that the only area that we would use that type of price per square foot? I mean, is that, with all the rules that you've given us, that's the one area that we actually have to make adjustments for? Is that
correct? Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've never done that. So that was a huge eye opener for me.
Yeah. And you know, that could explain maybe sometimes if you've gone a little bit high,
right.
It might be that's where because again, look at the last example, right? On Sean's deal, that 100 square feet, that was $25,000 in value.
Oh. Okay.
Right. That's a lot of money.
Right.
So, So yeah, I think it's important. I think it's important to make those adjustments. Your buyers are, so you've got to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you said it that way, the 1,000 square foot house sold for 2,000, and I guess it does make sense that how can you expect a 750 square foot house to sell for the same? You'd have to adjust for it.
Of course.
But
Yep.
you wouldn't be able to use that 1,000 square foot house if it was more than 250.
Correct. So let's just say, for instance, if you were looking at a 500 square foot house, you couldn't use the 1,000 square foot comp.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Can you do a comp?
Yeah, let's do it.
The address is 6331 Zionsville Road. Right there.
Okay. 6331 Zionsville Road, Indianapolis, Indiana, 5-bed, 3-bath, 2-story, 1920 built, sitting on a 22,000 square foot lot. So roughly half an acre. We've got a 2,674 square foot house, 3-car garage. This is a nice house for Indianapolis. My goodness.
I guess it's an estate sale. The house is full of crap. It's full of, garbage that needs to be cleared out.
Okay.
I believe there's a family member living there now. And the weird thing is if you notice on the front door, there's you got to do a side street to get to the back to get to the house, which is.
What do you mean? It's like a flag lot, or what? What are we saying?
What is that? What do you mean? What do you mean by a flag lot?
Is there like a house in front? Is there like a house in front of this, or do you have to go through a hidden driveway to get to the house?
You got to go through a driveway that's in the back off the side street. Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, hold on. Now let me. I need to understand what you're saying here.
So even though there's a front door in that picture, there's no access it from the Zionsville Road.
Sorry, one more. What's the address again?
6331 Zionsville. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So here's the front door. You can't get to the house from the front door.
Right. So
you're saying you got to go through a driveway. Is this driveway? Is there another house here that
there's 2 or 3 other houses that use that same driveway.
Okay, that's
behind
called
the house.
That's called a flag lot.
Okay.
Why do they call it a flag lot? Because let's draw a flag.
Gotcha.
See, you go up the driveway, house is here.
Right.
Flag. Makes sense?
Yep.
And actually, flag lots are desirable because it's more of a private, more of a hidden access. And so if you and when you're talking in a state like this, that's desirable because you don't have just direct street access. So people just can't come up and, hang out and dilly-dally at your house, right?
Okay.
It's also going to, if it detracts from crime, it also detracts from solicitation and all the things that people, necessarily don't want to be bothered with. So
okay.
It's a more desirable than just a direct street access lot. So that's something to keep in mind. I don't have a value differential from an appraiser that tells me how much more a flag lot would be worth from a standard lot. So unfortunately, I can't tell you what that could be worth, but we do know it's more desirable. So at least if we don't give it a value for numbers, we can at least say to our buyer, hey, and just so you know, these flag lots in areas like this are more desirable because they provide greater privacy for your end buyer.
Okay.
All right. So let's just pull in here a little bit. So we're at 2,674 square feet. So I'm going to start with the highest sale we've got here, which is 3. Oh, where did it go? No. Oh my goodness. It's just one of those days. Wow. Let's start over again. Okay. Now, for those of you that don't know what I'm doing here, I always just go into settings, click all, and then save, and then you'll see more comps pop up. It's just a glitch in Privy's system. Oh, man, it completely removed that 310 because I X'd it out, unfortunately. Do you know what the size of that 310 was?
I didn't see it. It happened so quick.
Oh, man.
Let me I have Privy. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Pull that up if you would. I'm going to keep looking at these others. Look at this 280, 40 built. We're at 20. Doesn't apply.
The 310 said it was 1795, built in 1985.
Okay, so it's not viable anyways because it's too new. Interesting. Okay, so this is the biggest house in the neighborhood, John?
Right.
Is that what you noticed?
I haven't noticed that. So no, so I don't know that to be true.
Okay. I'm gonna just take this over to Zillow to just get extra eyes on it. You know, when we're talking about a house like this where there's just not a ton of comps available, I'm always gonna double check. So let's just go over to Zillow here and look.
Should that be a red flag?
No. No, it just affects the way that you value this. So that's something to think about. Few more comps popping up over here, which are helpful. Let's see the year built of this guy. 1990. See, everything else is so new here.
Right.
That's got to be new construction too. Okay, we have no choice but to make some adjustments here because there's nothing that's going to be an exact match. So here's something that you got to keep in mind.
Okay.
The value that we're going to get for this is going to be a little bit, it's not going to be super accurate. It's going to be as accurate as we can get. But when we're talking 1920s to everything else in the area being 1980 and newer, we don't have the same build generation. The technology is completely different between these types of houses, and we've got to make a consideration for that. Okay. Right? So knowing that, okay, let's dive in again. So our highest sale was the 310. Okay. So we're going to anchor to that 310 and we're going to make adjustments. Okay. Now you've got a larger house, okay, which an appraiser won't give you. They're not going to go dollar per square foot because remember that's 1,700 to your 25. They're not going to do dollar per square foot and apply that. But what they will do, what an appraiser will do at this price point is they'll give you an additional $10,000. Okay, so we're gonna bump up to 320, and now we're gonna start making reductions down. Okay. So at 320, we're gonna take off for the generation. We're gonna take off 10%. Okay. So that's 32 off. So 320 minus 32. Okay, that's going to take care of us with respect to build generation, and we have square footage already taken care of. Okay. What was the bed bath count of that 310?
Let me get it real quick. It said 3-3.
A 3-3. Okay, and you had a couple extra beds there.
Right.
I'm gonna say we can probably round you out to an ARV of about 290.
290. Okay.
Yep. That's where I would feel comfortable you sitting. Now, are you a little bit conservative at 290? Yes. Yes. Is that a problem? No.
Okay.
No, not at all. Because the more conservative you are, the better your number is going to be, the better opportunity you're going to be able to deliver to your buyer. But when you're going in and you're talking to the real estate agent, whoever it is that you're working with on this specific deal,
Right.
the way that we've computed this makes sense. And you can
Okay.
easily go and say, okay, well, look, it's the largest house. This is how an appraiser would accommodate that. We had to adjust for this being a 1920s property, so we adjusted for that. And then we gave it its extra, a little bit of an extra bump because of the bed bath count. Gets you to about 290. Look at this. Somebody just said, somebody in the YouTube comments just had it pegged at 280.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Amelia, who's a real estate agent. Amelia, well done. Whoever, I don't know who Amelia is working with, but Amelia, you got to work with people, because you know how to comp, and she's a real estate agent, so that's even better. Cool. Is that all, John? You good?
Yeah. Yes. That's it.
My man.
Thanks a lot, brother.
Big love
Talk
to you.
soon.
Of course. Andy G.
Jamil Gamotua from YouTube said, what is the lowest offer or privy percentage for ARV fix and flip to offer, considering there are comps spread wide, including assignment fee and buyer's closing fee, etc.?
I don't understand. I apologize. You want to try it one more time?
Yeah. What is the lowest offer or privy percentage for ARV fix and flip to offer, considering there are comps spread wide, including assignment fee and buyer's closing fee?
I still don't. I can't put it together. I'm whoever that was that asked that question. I'm really sorry. Maybe try typing it out again. There's some words missing there, or I'm unfortunately I just can't. I don't think I understand the gist of what you're saying. Happy to answer the question, but let's try to rephrase it. If you see them repost that, Yvette, let me know. And I apologize if maybe I'm just not understanding because I'm not reading it. But try doing that one more time. Okay, who was next? Andy G. Matt Justice.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Amazing. How you doing, dog?
Dude, I am terrific. I would like to share a couple things.
Yes.
So one, I just finished today a 7-day spiritual fast. And I just want to suggest it to those who, feel lost or feel that they need wisdom, discernment, clarity. I
You muted yourself, bro.
have never felt like so close. Hello?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so what I was saying is throughout that fast, I've never felt like just being in God's divinity, like being so close with him the entire time, like all in my free time outside of work. I'm just like reading scripture and in prayer. And obviously that was part of it too. But dude, I've never fasted before and it was an out of body experience. So I thought it was something really beautiful. Wanted to share with the family, of course.
Yeah.
Because I highly suggest it, especially if you're looking for answers.
So can you give us what was the fast entail? Like you called it a spiritual fast. Are you talking food, drink? Are you talking things that you're watching or both? Like what was it? What were you withholding? And yeah, get into the nuts and bolts of that if you would.
Yeah, so I was only having like bone broth as like food, I guess, even though it's like a soup. It's just drinking.
Yep.
That and water. I did it for 7 days, and then yeah, in my free time, I was on just in scripture and or praying. It was one of the two. So yeah, that was literally all it entailed.
Dude, fasting is a very, very, very powerful way to clear our energy, to clear our minds, to put ourselves through a challenging situation. And when we do it in faith and when we do it in reverence, it is very powerful. And it's spoken about in all of the Holy Scriptures, from the Bible, Torah, Quran. They all speak of fasting. In fact, Muslims fast during the month of Ramadan. Catholics, they, during Lent. There's just so much evidence that fasting is something that is helpful to the system, that's helpful to us spiritually, and pleasing to God, right? And so I commend you on that, brother. That's an amazing thing, and I would love for more of us in the community to do this as a group. If because fasting is hard, right? It is not easy to do, but it's more fun when you do it in a group, and there's a little bit of an accountability process there. So I would love to see that. I haven't fasted in, my goodness, a couple of years, and I definitely need to add that back to my life. So thank you for reminding me about that. What was one of the biggest takeaways that you got from it?
I mean, dude, it's like just the amount of faith that you need to have in your creator. And it's like you look at people in the Old Testament, and like the story of Elijah. I don't know if you know too much about that, but it's like he um is basically trying to demolish like the religion of Baal, and he's telling these people like, hey, let's call on to our God and bring down fire onto this altar, right? And he's like taunting them like, oh, maybe your God's asleep, maybe your God's asleep, but he just like has so much faith, like, dude, this was the story that stuck with me the most. And I think the crazy thing is too, right, is like he had so much faith. He calls on his God. He brings down the fire. Not only that, but he freaking poured water all over the altar to make it like impossible for water to, or for it to actually catch fire.
Right.
And God brings down the fire. And then after that, dude, he gets like so scared and so terrified that Jezebel now is going to kill him. So he literally goes and runs, and he hides, and he like gets depressed, and like God sends him an angel and tells him to eat because you have bigger things coming. And then he goes and accomplishes bigger things. But I think it's just a true testament to, it's like, dude, we as humans, we can have so much faith, and then we go and accomplish something so big, and we don't like reward ourselves for it. We don't like look back at it. We don't like, because dude, that's so big. And then he gets scared and runs away after just accomplishing like this massive thing. So, dude, you got to just have faith, like not only in God, but that he's going to be able to provide for you in what you actually want, but you have to have faith that that's actually going to happen.
Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you for sharing that, Matthew. It's something that I think all of us could benefit from, and maybe we'll do it as a community. And
that'd be super cool.
That would be so fun. That would be difficult, but like really, really fun to do.
Yeah.
Let's try to do that. Yvette, let's think about that. Let's think about when we could put something like that together. Maybe even just like a 3-day, community fast or something. I think that would be really awesome. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, dude, of course. The second thing I wanted to share, which I think is super cool. So we had a property bring it back to real estate now, but we had a property back in like November, maybe even October. We had it under contract, tried to make it work. We couldn't make it work at the price we had it at, but we kept trying to retrade to get it to our buyer, and they weren't accepting it. And I just want to say it's a true testament to follow up. We've been following up on this thing for, obviously months now. And they finally come back and they're like, hey, can you actually make this price work? And so now it's like, hey, we're actually in negotiation and can potentially make this deal work now at this point. But it's like, I just want to say for everyone out there too, it's like a deal is not dead until they
it's
sell it to
sold.
someone else.
Exactly.
Or until they're dead.
We're
You know
in the
what I
tennis
mean?
match until it's done. Until it's
Yep.
done, we are continuing to play tennis, and you just proved that, right? Again, it's one of the major things that I try to explain is that don't get disappointed by a rejection. When an agent says to you no, it's no for now. That doesn't mean that
Yes.
in 2 weeks things aren't going to change. It doesn't mean that the seller's mind isn't going to get more motivated. It doesn't. You have to continue following up. You have to continue following up, and in that follow up, you will find the gold. And this is absolutely proof of that. So awesome, dude. How's the month
Dude.
been?
February's been awesome. We have, I think, 8 in escrow right now.
My man.
January was an amazing month. I actually, dude, I had one of my biggest deals with you. I haven't talked to you about it, but I made 30K. Another Astro student made like 60K on it, and you guys made like 60K on it.
What?
Yeah, last month in January to start
Dang,
the
dude.
year.
Thank you. I didn't even know we did that.
Yep.
I don't know. But I appreciate that. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
dude,
buy
so
some new
fun.
shoes.
Yeah, heck yeah. So that was my biggest
Awesome,
deal
dude.
yet to date. In January we did 81K.
My man.
We're right now we have about 40 grand in escrow. And then with this one that we just locked up direct at, I mean, dude, we're absolutely crushing it right now, and it's such a blessing. Dude, I'm so grateful to be in my spot where I am right now, be in this community, and like to even have joined and to be connected with you and everyone else in here. Like, dude, it's such a blessing. Such a blessing.
I appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you for continuing to do that. And thank you for continuing to work. You blessed another Astro student with $60,000. That was that Astro student. Was it like one of their like earlier deals? How tenured are they?
I think he's been in the community for a little around a year now.
Okay.
I want to say. I
Awesome.
don't know too much. I know he does. I would say he consistently does about a deal a month.
Awesome.
From
Awesome.
my knowledge.
Okay, cool. So he's on the lower end of the volume side, but 60,000 in a deal, it's incredible, right?
Dude,
What a win.
to start the year too.
Yeah, right.
Phenomenal.
2024 is going to be insane. And for all of you watching on YouTube, I'm just saying, even if you understand wholesale, if you're not plugged into this community and doing deals with this community, you are missing out on hundreds of thousands of dollars of opportunity. No joke. They're just plugging into the deal flow that happens in this community will change your situation. Absolutely. Love you, Matthew.
Love you too, bro. I just want to say too, you got to plug into people that are doing deals, because it's like I wasn't doing this until I started talking to people that were doing, 1 to 2 deals consistently. And then from there talking to like grow each of us pushing each other. And now, everyone's doing around like 7 deals a month. And it's like only the sky is the limit. But like you just got to start getting connected to the people that are doing the thing that you want to do.
Amen to that.
Love you, bro.
Love you back. Good to see you as always.
You too.
Rustam.
Hey, brother, it's so good to see you.
Likewise, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank God. It was so powerful what Matt mentioned, how our religions are so similar in regards to fasting and everything he mentioned.
Yes, sir.
I actually have a comp.
Let's look at it.
I had this property under contract. Yet another canceled deal, but I'm so excited about it.
I love that. Okay, let's see what happened. What's the address?
It's 4609 Trout River Boulevard. Trout
Got
River
it. Jacksonville.
Boulevard.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. 4609 Trout River Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida. We've got a 3-bed, 1-bath, single story, 1,040 square foot, active on the market, 37 days. So shows pending. Probably they haven't put it back active, I imagine. Built in 1946, 26,000 square foot lot. Okay. Let's look at the comps and see what it could be worth. Now I'm just going to go in and adjust my settings as always, just to give me a little bit more data, and boom, there we go. Data. I love it. All right, now taking a look here, we've got this 299. So it's a 3-1, 1377. So it's out of the 250-ish. How close are we here? Hold on a second. Let me look. So
337.
1377 minus 1040. Or yeah. 337. Nice math, bro. I needed a calculator for that. You just did it in your head. You're smarter than me. So no, we
No,
can't.
because I looked at it before.
Oh, did you? Okay. Here's our. Oh, here is it. Here it is. Okay. I think this is our comp. We've got a 1068. Oh, but the lot here, it's huge. That's our
5
problem.
acres.
5 acres. So how do we adjust for 5 acres? That's the $1 million question, right? Let's see if we can find something else. And this is that piece that sold for 295. Okay, so this is unfortunately it's so far out of what we have here. It's just we just can't use it. Just can't use it, which really sucks. Because otherwise it was like bang on. Let's see if I can find any vacant land so that we can understand what an acre is worth over here. But no, we can't. Now, crossing Trout River Boulevard, it feels I don't want to cross Trout River Boulevard. Oh, here we go. Okay. Lot size, build generation. Ours is newer, so that's good. Now,
By the way,
are you backing the lake too, or the river?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're backing the river. This is backing the river. I think this is our comp that we want to use. Okay. So let's dive in, see if we can see more about what's going on inside. Full remodel, gorgeous, all the things. Okay, perfect. We got similar lot size, close enough build generation, sold at 360. We've got to make an adjustment for square footage. So 360,000, divide that by 1265 gives us $284 a square foot. Take it back to our subject. Now, oh, sorry, 1 second. We do have to make an adjustment because we're missing baths. Okay. So let's do that first. We're gonna go back to that 360. We're gonna take
and
off.
Jamil, just to add, our property is a 2-1 actually. It's
okay.
Marketed in pretty. I don't know why.
It's incorrect. We have a 2-1 and okay, not a 3-1. Okay. So here are the adjustments we want to make. We're going to take 30,000 off of this 360. That's going to get us to 330,000. Okay. Because we're going to take 10K off for the bed. We're going to take 20K off for the baths. Okay. 330, divide that by 1265 gets us to 260 a foot. Okay. And I'm going to multiply that by our 1,040. Gets us to about 270. What did you get?
250.
Yeah, we're close enough. Yeah, but I think you got a 270 house here. Now, how I would present this as a play, if you presented this to a buyer and said, do a primary bed bath addition, do a 300 square foot primary bed bath addition, now you're getting to a 360 ARV. And that small addition is gonna create a tremendous amount of value. So if you go in and offer this, say we had a 270 ARV as is, okay? In Jacksonville, Florida, say you're at 55%. Say you go in at 150K on your offer. What do you plan to offer on this?
160.
Okay. I think 150 is the number. Okay. If you're at 150, and if you present this as a primary bed bath addition, a 300 square foot addition, you got a 360 ARV. That's how I would market this house. So is this the one you canceled?
Yes. I haven't signed the cancellation yet. I locked it up at 160.
What were your buyers coming in at?
We had 3 buyers that ghosted us. They didn't counter. One was at 150, but he never got back to us.
I think 150 is the number on this, right? So, because could you go back to that buyer and see if you could, say, hey, look, if I could get this for you for 150, would you commit?
Mm-hmm.
And then see if you
I
can
actually,
reverse engineer the deal and go back and try to renegotiate and get it down to 140.
yeah, that's what I tried to do today. I thought that the better number would be 130 because that's what guys in Astro recommended me.
Sure.
So I tried this retrading it to 130. They countered at 145. So they already agreed at 145, but then I said I can't go any higher than 130. And they said if you can't work with us, if we can't meet somewhere in between, then we'll have to cancel on it. They sent me the contract, but I haven't signed it yet. So I just wanted to check with you again.
I think sign it. Okay. It's totally okay to sign it. They're not going to have people beating down their door right now to get this anyways. So give it some time, go re-engage with your buyer, see if you can go back to that buyer because he offered you 150. Go back to that buyer and say, hey, what if I can get this to you for 140? Would you commit? And if you can get a soft commitment at 140, have him deposit EMD. If he says yes, right? Just give you a cashier's check or take a cashier's check to title, subject to you being able to get the contract in place, and then go see if you can go non-refundable EMD 130.
Got it.
That would be how I would reverse engineer this deal. Get your buyer locked in at 140, get non-refundable EMD, then you come in with non-refundable EMD so that your sellers now know that they've got a legit unshakable deal. And, to them, that's worth the $15,000 difference between their, the 145 that they agreed to. If you come in and say, I'm going to come in unconditional 130, we're going to close, no ifs, ands, or buts, that could be enough to make it happen.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Will do. The last thing I wanted to mention about comping, because I got confused as well. I thought you didn't mention while you guys were talking about it. I pulled up a video, 2024 comping, 2023 to 2024. You actually did mention it because I was going to find that video and just because so many people are confused about comping, the 250 square foot adjustment.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that dollar per square foot only transfers within 250 square foot.
Yeah,
So,
sometimes it's just hard to kind of wrap your head around. There's so many rules, right?
yeah, there is.
It's why I think, if we print out the appraisal rules and just put it in our office in places that are super visible to us, then, we'll commit them to memory. But thank you for clarifying that. I'm glad that I didn't misinform people. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Always, dude. Love to see you. Corianne Wright.
Jamil, we have a question from
Ooh. All right, let's get it. What's the question?
Is PropWire better for comps than Privy?
PropWire is a good platform. I think PropWire is Jerry Norton's platform. Of course, I have a tremendous amount of respect and love for Jerry. I would never, trash anything that he's a part of. Jerry is he's not going to build something that's not valuable, but I do think that they're very different. Okay. I think that they're very different platforms. Why I like Privy for what we do is their algorithm helps me identify houses listed on the MLS that are well priced and that are sitting on the market for a little bit of time, right? So if I've got well priced and actively just increasing days on market, I know I've got motivation. This means that it's already well priced enough for it to be a deal. And I now can come in and get this even at a better discount because it's been sitting and the market has rejected that price. And for that reason, because Privy allows me to do MLS offers, because Privy allows me to comp, because Privy allows me access to data, personally, for the way that we work, Privy is a tool that I would use more often than PropWire. I'm not going to say that it's better or worse. I'm going to say PropWire is an incredible tool for its use case, and Privy is an incredible tool for this use case. And so I'm not going to put one down over the other. I just think that they're different tools that have different use cases for what we do here in this community. Privy has been just tried, tested, and true. The people that are successful in this community, every one of them uses Privy very, 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 very often. So that's what my thoughts on that are. Appreciate the question. All right. Corianne Wright.
Hey
Hi.
Hi, Jamil.
How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. And like this weekend, not so much, but it was also still wonderful. And I guess the like one comment I wanted to come and bring to you today was that like the statement, all of it has been hitting me recently in terms of just even in the hard stuff, the like really hard stuff. There's like little gifts. And if you're looking out for them, you can see them. And
Yep.
my mindset is like constantly shifting that direction, and it's changing so many areas of my life because it's like thank you is what I'm saying even on the hardest days, and that makes me want to get back up faster. And so I want to just thank you for that
Of
and
course,
sharing that with me, and kind of was with me all weekend.
it hasn't left me. It's been one of those things that I've just been like, I'm trying to get a deeper understanding of what it meant and how I can apply it. But this is an application right here, right? It's that and what, if you guys are kind of confused on what she's talking about, I won't get into the details of it. It was something that I shared in a previous call, but in life, we tend to put things that are difficult or challenges or things that we might perceive as, not to our benefit. Maybe like it's hurtful or, bad. We call it bad, right? Because it didn't go our way. And we can sometimes, look at and say to God, why isn't it going my way? Why isn't it working out? What's wrong? What did I do wrong? And it's such an interesting perspective, because that means that we're looking at life like it's happening right in front of our face. And we're not taking that 10,000 foot step back that allows us to see life from an elevated perspective. And when we do that, we get to see how all the roads connect. And when we get to see how all the roads connect, what we end up finding out is that a lot of the detours were actually rewards, just in disguise. Right. And so every time we are faced with a challenge or a turn or something that's difficult, it's an opportunity for us to see that there is growth that's necessary in our world, that there's learning necessary in our world, that this is an opportunity for us to really double down on what our experiences with ourselves and get truer, get realer, get more refined. And so, Corianne, it makes me incredibly proud to hear that you're taking challenges and finding ways to create growth out of them. That this is why we are challenged in life, right? This is the reason why we face challenges, is to mold us, to shape us, to grow us. If life was just easy all the time, how would we know it was good? How would we know, right? Like, if we didn't know we died, then how would we find life sweet and precious? Right. And if we didn't experience hard times, how would we know what the beautiful, sweet moments were and what that meant? So you need contrast. This world isn't understood without contrast. And so because of that, because of the polarity of contrast, that's what gets us, up in the morning. And it's awesome. It's awesome to see everything that you've done over the last while, that we've been able to be in each other's lives, and, keep doing it.
Thank you. I am very grateful to you. And the other few things that I have to share is that this week is awesome in Astro World, and at least the aspects that I get to touch and be a part of, because tomorrow on your YouTube, for everyone on Wholesale 101, we have the amazing Helena Wu, who is going to be breaking down dispo and buyer. I know everybody should be saying woo.
I know.
So I'm really excited. I get to bring her some questions, and we get to kind of see her work in privy for buyers. So that's awesome. And then on Thursday, I do Wholesale 102, which is only in the Astro community. And Craig is going to be there, and we're going to be breaking down his experience, really committing to the mindset. So I'm just very grateful to know so many people, and it brings me a lot of joy to just get to sit here and ask you guys questions, because you're all so smart. And I got a little message from somebody on IG that said that I've given them so much confidence on the phones with agents that they've been writing down my lines on Wholesale 101. And that just, it really brought so much to my heart, because that again is the thing that I avoided and hated and is still somehow now my superpower, and I get to help other people do well at it. So
you are phenomenal, Corianne. By
lots
the
of
way,
good.
everybody that's watching this on YouTube right now, I highly recommend tomorrow that you tune in to Wholesale 101. It's at 1 p.m. Mountain. That's noon Pacific and 3 p.m. Eastern. Corianne is incredible on the phone. When you hear the words and the way that she engages real estate agents, it gives you so much ammo. It gives you so many examples, and it tells you how to move in confidence, the tone, the way to create rapport and to find alignment so that you're not, going against the grain with the agent. Instead, you're moving in the same direction to get to price acceptance, which is what we all want. Right. And so listening to Corianne masterfully do that is just one of the greatest things. But in addition to that, we've all had situations where we've had to cancel deals because we couldn't find a buyer. Well, Helena Wu, who is John Galan's partner here in the Astro community, who we heard from in the beginning of today's call, she's a dispo ninja. Like, she is a superstar. When we're talking systems, processes, being able to find buyers, like by snapping her fingers, like almost as if she's like supernatural. This is who she's talking about. So tomorrow they're going to be doing a master class on finding buyers. So if you've ever had to cancel a deal, everybody out there in YouTube world, if you've ever had to cancel a deal, tomorrow you want to be there. Tomorrow you want to show up again, 1 o'clock AZ time, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern on my YouTube channel. Be there and watch the Masters play. Amazing.
And anybody can reach out to me at Corianne Wright on IG. I've been helping a lot of people figure out how to navigate their first deal, and I can be especially helpful in Florida or Colorado. So please do. Thanks, Jamil.
Love you, Corianne. Great to see you as always. Alexis.
What's going on, Jamil?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. I got a comp. I don't know if you can help me with that.
You know that's what I like to do. Let's take a look.
Let me know when you're ready.
Hit me.
62 North Devon, I think is how you pronounce it.
Spell it.
It's 62, then North and D-E.
Yep.
V-O-N Avenue.
Indianapolis? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's Devon. 62
Devon.
North Devon Avenue. 3-bed, 1-bath, 2-story, single-family resident, 2385 square foot property, 6 days active, built in 1962. Let's see if we can take a look at some of these photos to see condition. Okay, so, pretty original. Could definitely use a cosmetic remodel. It looks to me as though the bones on this house are pretty good. This could even be considered rent ready, with a little bit of shampoo on the carpet and maybe a paint job. But okay, so 2385, 62 build, 171 list price, active 9 days. All right, let's look at the comps and see what we can find. All right. So let's go up to this 197, see what's there. This is a 3-1, 1072, but it is a single story, so not really viable for us. So we're going to keep looking. Okay, so this guy right here, it's a 2-story, but problem is it's a 30s build, and it looks historic to me. Something about this looks like it's in a historic area. The type of construction seems historical to me. So I'm not going to say that these have, and in addition to that, the square footages are just way far apart. So we'll keep looking. What's on the other side of this? Now I'm going to give you a caveat here. I don't like crossing. I don't like crossing the street. Okay. Because the neighborhood could significantly change. And here's why I feel like the neighborhood changes. Look at this. On the right of what is this? Franklin, is that right? Franklin? I
Yeah,
can't see. On the right of Franklin, so east of Franklin, we've got houses that don't crack 200. West of Franklin, it's cracking 200. So that tells me the neighborhood shifts, right?
Just
So
crossing
so
the.
so let's look. How much does it shift is the question. Nothing two-story. Let's check this 220 out. That's that same one. What about this buck 90? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna just take this over to Zillow and see if I can get anything else over there.
Okay.
Just to get more eyeballs and maybe a couple more houses here. And look, Zillow has it even with an even higher square footage. Do you know? Oh,
I think we'd rather go with the one on preview because Zillow is not always accurate. Because this one has a basement. That's probably
yeah,
why.
it's adding that. So we know that you cannot add the 661 square feet. The appraisers do not count square footage that is not above grade. If they do, these are the conditions they would only count it in. They'd only give you 50% of value first. Second, it has to be constructed to the same quality as the square footage above grade. So in this instance, I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to use the 2385 that's above grade. Okay.
Okay.
That's from 21. I'm going to just change my settings here to only show me comps within the last year. I prefer only 6 months, but I think we're going to exclude too much if I go that tight. So, all right. This is 220. That's the same one.
Yeah.
So this is a 2-story. It's much bigger though. And I'm wondering if they've added basement square footage in here to see if there's
They probably did. Knowing.
it also has a pool. And it's so far out. It's so far out in pricing. I don't want to use it. It's going to be I think we're just setting ourselves up for a problem. So I'm going to cross 10th. I don't like doing it, but I have to. So our accuracy is going to decrease. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What's our year build? 68. Perfect. Okay. So now let's make the adjustments. This is full remodel, 5-bed, 3-bath, 3,000 square foot. What's our square footage?
On the other one, I think it's 24 without Zillow.
Okay. So, okay. I'm going to use this as a benchmark then. Okay. Because we can't use $1 per square foot adjustment, but we know that we're below 240 because this sold at 246. Okay, so we're below 240. We're probably in this 220, somewhere between 220 and 240 because we saw another benchmark of a smaller house that was 220. Okay, and we've got this one that's larger at 240. So we're going to be right in the middle over there. Now, without having to do any extrapolation, that tells me that we're in between. We're at a 230. I'm going to see if I can find evidence of a 230. we may or may not, but by judging on those, that's what gives me the confidence to say that we should be pretty safe at 230. I just want to see if I can find something that's going to give us a little bit of confidence in that. This is a single story, otherwise it could work, but at 280, but it's not. But even that, because a single story will be worth more than a two-story always, so that kind of helps us confirm.
Quick question: how much of a difference does it make when it has a double lot? Because I think that one says it's got a double lot.
Which one has a double lot?
Our subject.
Our subject has a double lot at this price point. Probably about a $10,000 variance.
10,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're sub, we're sub 300 grand, right? So the lot's not going to be a substantial amount of money. I think with your double lot, you could probably call it a 235 ARV.
235.
Yep. Yep. What can you get it at?
Times 60. Probably 130. It came out to 130, but
okay. So we got a realtor in the area. She's calling it a 265. So she's coming in a little bit higher than me. But you should reach out to Amelia. It looks like she's an agent in Indianapolis. She's on my YouTube right now, but you guys should probably connect with each other. So Amelia, if you're watching this, connect with my guy over here.
Put my number out there, see if she can.
Alexis, you guys can communicate with each other through DM or whatever, but his name is Alexis Ayala. What's your IG, Alexis?
I ain't got IG. Can I put my number?
Yeah, tell me your phone number. I'm gonna say it out loud.
619
619
907
907
2800.
2800. Okay, Amelia, did you get that? Oh, she's in Florida, but she's comping in Indianapolis. So sorry, brother. But if anybody's out there doing deals in Indianapolis, you just got Alexis's phone number. Hit him up.
All right. Thank you.
She's good though, man. I got an agent in here comping and she's going. I love this. She's on it. Amelia, come be a part of this family. We need you. Renee, one of my other favorite realtors. How are you?
I'm excellent. I haven't floated away into the Pacific here in Great Los Angeles.
I am shocked. I had to have friends go by and check on my property in LA to make sure that it hadn't floated into the ocean either. But I'm a little bit raised up, even though I'm on the beach. I'm like above grade, so I'm but yeah, it's really scary over there. Are you okay? Everything okay?
I'm fine. I live in a building on the 3rd floor, so
okay.
No one's above me. It's all good. But I do care about everybody else in the city.
How about your ground floor people? Are they getting wet? Is there?
No, the building's fairly new build, so they did good. They've got all the right things in the right places. So I'm in the flats. It's the hills that get it. If I was driving on any of the main hilly streets, I'm sure there'd be a lot more to contend with. But when it rains in Southern California, it's such sensationalism. I'm very glad that people care about me. I've had calls from all over the country, like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "It's just raining. It's
because you guys are such babies when it rains. We're all like, is everything okay with you guys? You got a little bit of rain over there? Can we hurt your owie? Is your boo-boo okay? Can we come kiss your knee?"
I've lived in LA for almost 25 years, but I am from the East Coast, so only my good side.
That's why you're tough as nails. Because you're an East Coaster. It makes sense now.
DC at that.
Damn, that's where she gets. That's where she gets that grit from.
Players. All right, I have a question, or I have something I'd like to talk about business-wise, because we're still in the early part of the year. And this call has been phenomenal. Wow, like some of my other favorite folks that have just showed up here have kind of answered my questions, but I want to bring it up for here. So, I heard John say that they're JVing deals. I put some notes here, like JVing deals and doing, other wholesaler deals. Okay, so that's not something I am doing.
Yep.
What I am doing that is working, that is, taking a little bit longer, is the on and off market communication with agents. And by the way, there was a snafu with my CRM, and my text messages were not going out for the follow-ups for a while. So I hired don't even get me going, but I hired somebody to fix it. And now the floodgates opened. And here's the
Wow.
irony for everyone listening, because even though those text messages were not going out and I potentially lost opportunity because I wasn't in front of people, the same people are now getting the text messages. I am making the outbound calls, and 6 months may have gone by, and they're like, oh yeah, I totally remember you. I had a great conversation with you. So
Nice.
people are not pining away for us, guys.
Yeah.
They either remember you or they don't,
Sure.
and so I'm back on that horse. But my point is this, the opportunities are coming. They're kind of all over the place and random. And for me as an agent, I can make that work. They don't always need to be the deepest discounted opportunities as a wholesale, because I have lots of different types of buyers. I have small lot development buyers, I have buy and hold buyers. So I am making that work. But I'm just, the question being like, I think maybe I'm passing up opportunities, like you called it, the base hits, by doing more deals with other wholesalers or other investors. So I might be answering my own question, but I'd love to hear your version of that for me, with my experience, and then specifically in LA, not all of SoCal, which I can cover, but LA specifically. Like, if you were me, what would you be doing?
Well, you've got this, beautiful golden ticket, I would call, in your back pocket, being that you're licensed. Okay. Now, if I'm you, how would I dangle the carrot of my license in front of acquisition wholesalers?
If I were me, how would I dangle my?
How would you become somebody valuable to acquisition wholesalers? What could you offer them that could be valuable? If they're acquisition wholesalers going direct to seller, what could you offer them that could be valuable?
Honestly, to just be able to move it for them, be disposition.
Well,
them,
I'll go one step further than that. Okay. What happens when acquisition wholesalers are calling homeowners or calling people that are interested in selling, and 9 out of 10 of them want retail?
Oh yeah. Okay.
What happens in those instances? They need
Probably
to be listed.
They throw it away, right? Or they need to be listed.
Oh, well, the wholesaler is walking away from that situation because this number doesn't make sense for a cash offer. Okay. But as a listing opportunity for Renee, this could be a listing for you, right? Now, what could Renee do for said wholesaler that gives them a referral for a listing?
I know that's the hard part. I don't know how to answer that question, because I go right to the legalities of it. If they're not licensed.
Now listen, you can't necessarily pay a commission, okay?
Right.
But you can pay a consulting fee for marketing.
Yeah, okay. Through escrow, okay.
You can pay a consulting fee for marketing. And so how you would do that, like any other agent who has a marketing company, go out there and help them create listing opportunities. That's how you would have them invoice you, and that's how you would pay that invoice, through escrow at title, right? So how I would position this with acquisition wholesalers, I say, look, my name is Renee. I've been in the business here a long time. I love wholesalers, which makes me an anomaly in the world of real estate agents. Now, I understand that you are an acquisition wholesaler. It means that you're out on the phones, you're hitting the pavement, and you're working really hard to go get those opportunities. And I'm sure that you're talking to a lot of people who just want retail or even higher than retail, and you really don't have any way to monetize that lead. I want to be the person that you come to. Okay. So here's what I'll provide you. If you want to send those opportunities to me, I will work a deal out with you where I give you a marketing fee for that listing should it close. And I'll pay you through escrow, and we'll do this all legally, above board, and by the book. But now you don't have to not work on those leads. Now you don't have to throw those leads away. Now you have a way to make money on them. Now, in addition to that, what do you have right now in your inventory that I could help you move? Because I got a ton of buyers, and I'm sure you got some deals that I could help you with. And that's how I would position those conversations, because you're coming in with a value proposition to the wholesaler, and then you're coming on the back door and saying, how can we do business together?
Yeah.
What do you got? Right. So if I'm you, that would be how I would market myself to acquisition wholesalers that would make you above and beyond any other JV partner that's trying to reach out to them.
Because the other JV partners, if they're just wholesalers, right, they don't have the experience or the title of agent, they're just going in basically trying to micro flip. Is that how I'm understanding that?
One more time?
Like if like John, right? Because John's not licensed. So when he says JV, are they mostly just micro flipping? Like
it means he's direct to buyer. A micro flip is when you've got an acquisition wholesaler and a disposition wholesaler, and you're just connecting the dots between the two. John is co-wholesaling or JVing because he's direct to buyer. He's the dispo wholesaler. He's not connecting to a dispo wholesaler. He's the dispo wholesaler.
Okay.
So he's closer to the buyer than you would be in a micro flip.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah.
And I thank you for saying that, because I felt like that might be a missing piece of some base hits, because it's taking a little bit longer, and especially here in LA, the spreads are bigger. Sometimes we don't do the volume, but it's starting to come, and I'm surprised that it's quote unquote was taking so long, but I swear it may have been the CRM follow-ups because people were just not hearing from me.
How did you find out that you were broken?
I kept seeing the conversation log, and I would look, and this was just happening over a number of names. And I would look and I'd say, why did the last one go out on this date? That doesn't make any sense. It should be going out with more frequency.
What are you
and
using
then
for
I
a
started
CRM,
to put
by
it
the
on.
way?
It was Astroblaster. I don't
And
know
it
what
just
happened.
stopped working? Like,
I didn't do anything. Yeah.
wow.
I know.
Wow.
So here's the
Okay.
thing, like
Yeah.
just anybody with your CRMs, whatever one you're using, pay attention, because this technology is only
It can
as
break,
good.
of
It can
course. Yeah.
break.
And
I mean,
it's
yeah.
super important. And I'm really happy that you brought it up, because it happens to us. We use a more robust version of Astroblaster in Keeglee Close, right? But it's so expensive, right? It's like $1,000 a month a user. It's stupid. So like, Astroblaster as a alternative is so much less expensive, right? And so, but close breaks, it happens all the time. And so we've constantly got to have people coming in and tweaking and helping us get it done. It's just technology is what it is. So very good that you brought that up today, because if any of you guys are finding that your open rates or that your response rates are lower than normal, you could have a bad phone number. You might have a broken process, right? You could have something in your tech that's not working. So instead of always thinking it, maybe blaming the market or blaming people or saying that agents are responsive, maybe look to make sure that the technology that you're using is actually working, right? And Renee, you did that today, and I'm sure that's going to be, a really big boost for you in the next little while here, because all those people haven't been reached out to. Now you can go out and paint the world.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
and
it was
get
last
all
2
those people
weeks.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks. And I've been getting like seriously about, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, about 230 texts back per day. I've been working like a
Amazing.
dog. So I'm just,
Amazing.
so anyway, that's
Incredible.
great. I'll take the advice that you offered, and
course.
and I'll, get back to you guys. Anyway, it's good seeing you. Hopefully I'll
Great
see
to
you
see
soon.
you.
Be well.
Great to see you as well. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick 5-minute gratitude break. What do I mean when I say a gratitude break? For the people that are a part of the Astro community, they know, but for you on YouTube, you don't. And so when we raise our emotional state to a place of gratitude, we allow ourselves to see solutions to problems and situations we wouldn't have been able to see if we were vibrating in a lower emotional state. Now, how do I cultivate gratitude in my heart? Well, for me, what I do is I like to bring to mind a person, a situation, an opportunity, something that I'm super grateful for in my life right now. And I just bring that to mind, and I let that visual just permeate my head until that emotion just fills my entire chest up with gratitude. And I let that sit for about 5 minutes. Now, you'll find that when you do this, you'll actually feel a lot better, but you will find insights that you didn't have before doing it. Now, give yourself this gift for the next 5 minutes, and we'll come back. And all of you folks that are tuning in from YouTube, I'm going to come back and I'm going to answer a question here, a question that's been continuously answered by Samuel Borges. I'm going to come back and answer your question next, so don't leave. And the rest of you, if you guys have an opportunity and you do want to know more about working in this community, there is a link for you guys to click so that you can join this beautiful family. We're always happy to have more of us here. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Have a gratitude break. We'll be right back. back. All right, we're going to start with Samuel's question from YouTube, and then we'll get back to the Q&A. Samuel said, Jamil, I am not a U.S. citizen. I am studying in the U.S. I have asked a lot of people whether or not I'm allowed to wholesale, and you always get a different answer. So what would the concrete answer be? Well, Samuel, we have people that live in Canada that are wholesaling in the United States in the community. We have Swayam, who's all the way in India, who is wholesaling in the United States. You can actually get an LLC in the United States as a foreigner. So you can absolutely wholesale in the United States, not being a United States citizen. So you heard it from somebody who has done this a long time. You can absolutely wholesale in the US, not being a US citizen. You just need to start a US LLC. And that's essentially all you need to do. There you go. All right, on we go. Jelani. Sabantu.
Sorry, Jamal, that was on me. I had the settings messed up, but they should be able to unmute now.
Okay, sorry. So was Jelani here? No? Okay. Sabantu.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
How are you?
I am doing good. I made 13 offers today, so
let's go. Good
yeah.
work. Good work.
Thank you. And I have 3 written, so
how are they looking?
I had an agent just get back to me. And I actually found out this property, I looked at it when it was off market in June. And the agent was being super difficult. She's actually not an agent, she's a TC. But she wouldn't give me, like when it was off market in June, she wouldn't give me a number. Thank you, guys. She wouldn't give me a number. And she finally just got back to me right now. And they countered 70K difference. We offered 400 and they countered at 470.
Okay.
So
yeah, just it's not going to work right now, but that's okay. I mean, a counter is good. You're still in the tennis match, so just hold strong to where you are and see how it plays out.
Got it. Okay. And I have another question. If a listing has on one lot, it has 2 properties, how do I go about comping that type of property?
So would one be considered a guest house?
I've seen one. Yeah, she calls it a guest house kind of thing.
Okay.
Like,
so
yeah.
Guest houses are casitas or guest houses, depending on where you are. They're usually counted at 50% of value. Okay, so you've got your main house, which is going to be your main square footage. And then let's just say your guest house is 700 square feet. Okay. You can only use 350 square feet of that. So you add that 350 square feet to the square footage of your main house, and that'll give you your total square foot. An appraiser will treat a guest house the way they would treat a basement. So if they use it, they'll only give you 50% of value for it.
Okay. 50% of, and is that the same thing for ADUs?
Depends on if the ADU is on its own lot or if it's like titled separately. If it's titled separately, then no. If it's titled separately, then it gets full value. But if it's not titled separately, if it's on the same APN, if it's on the same lot, then yes, it's 50% of value.
Got it. Okay. 50% of value. Yeah, I have a property where the agent is saying it's double the size of everything around it. You guys could build an ADU, but she has it like 200K over what it's actually worth. So
yeah, just it's gonna happen, right? So that when we see that kind of thing, it's just okay, cool, good job. We'll check back in 6 months or check back in a few months. It's we don't want to try to create a deal where there's no opportunity, right? This is just somebody who's not seeing reality quite yet. It'll happen. If there's enough motivation on the part of the seller to sell, they will come to the price where it needs to be in order for it to trade. That's just the reality. So when people put stuff on the MLS for just ridiculous amounts of money that don't make sense, they do that because there's no motivation. That's at the end of the day. That's why sellers don't reduce price, right? That's why it's because there's no motivation. There's no actual motivation to sell. They're like, well, if we just get this ridiculous number for it, then maybe, but it's that no, you don't have an event in life that's making you move, right? So when people sell a home and they actually are, selling it in earnest with actual like motivation, then they will reduce, or they will list at a price that's realistic or reduce until they get to the price that it trades at. So when you're that far apart, we're not even talking about a real seller.
Yeah, she told me, the agent for this one, I've had multiple like this. The agent, for one of them, the agent is a lot more reasonable. She's like, I don't even know how to talk to my seller about this.
Yeah.
And she's like, I know it's way off, but she's like, they're very firm on it. That's why we haven't been getting any offers. So I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. I know, and at least she's honest, right? At least she's being honest about it, which tells me should be an agent that you form a relationship with, because she understands what's real. She just doesn't have an ability to communicate it. But, she said that her sellers are firm. You might want to just ask her, like, hey, so what's your plan? Are you planning on firing these guys? Like, when you get to the 6 month at the end of your listing agreement, like, are you willing to present the offers as they come in, even though your sellers are firm and they've got this stupid number that they've listed at on the MLS? What would it take to bring them to reality? What if we presented an offer where it should be? Could you then go to the seller and say, I told you guys, this is what we got?
Okay.
Right? Because she needs that. She needs something to help justify the fact that she's been telling her sellers that they're too high. Now a written offer, hundreds of thousands of dollars away from where they've listed at, that's going to be the slap in the face those people might need to understand that they're not being reasonable.
Yeah.
Maybe what you're going to provide is going to be that bucket of cold water that they need.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I didn't know how to go about it, but that makes a lot more sense.
But yeah, if you say to her, look, I'm happy to help, right? Let me help you here. Let's put this in writing. Let's put this offer in writing so that you can bring it to your sellers and say, this is what the market is giving us.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. That
Absolutely.
helps. These calls help so much.
So good to see you as always.
Thank you.
Love you.
Hey, Jamil.
All right. Yes.
Andy's back.
Andy G.
Hey, Jamil, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing, bro?
Hey, they're good. What they call it? Oh yeah, the previous deal canceled, but there's another one where so it's locking up.
Okay, what's going on with it?
Oh, right now we're kind of competing with the other investor.
Okay.
As invested at 270, we're at 260.
Is it listed?
No, off market.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So can you guys come up? Can you guys, is there ability for you to come up to like 272 and win it?
I think so. Our
Let's
buyer
comp it.
just bumped up a little bit.
Okay, sorry. Why are you shopping this for a buyer if you don't have it locked up yet?
Oh no. I'm with we kind of have like a good relationship with the buyer.
Okay. It just careful with that. You're in Vegas.
Yeah.
Just saying. I like that you're doing it. It's fine, but systematically, it's problematic. You didn't blast it out, did you?
No.
You called your buyer and said, "Hey, quietly, hey, take a look at this one. What would you?" Okay, cool. That is okay, but you can't publicly market if you don't have equitable interest. Just so you know.
Oh yeah. No.
Okay, let's take a look.
Okay. I don't know. It's okay to share the address? Or?
I mean, you know, we are live on YouTube. If you want to hold it, you may, you know, it's up to you, bro. But why don't you just submit it to the private Facebook group, and we'll help you out after hours.
Okay, yeah, because it's very intense right now. Like, you know.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I get it. You're in a touchy spot. It's probably, you should probably just keep that to yourself for now.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Okay, so I just have a quick question.
Sure.
So how do I know? Like, I guess, is there a tech or something or a way to know if you're in a low vibrational state, like a low emotional state?
That's a really good question. It's how you feel. Let me bring this up. Okay. There's an incredible man by the name of Dr. Hawkins. And what he did was created the scale, levels of consciousness. Okay. And this essentially gives us a visual depiction of your vibrational state. And he has applied numbers to it, right? So let's kind of pull this up and look. Okay. So these emotions here, okay, these are low vibrational emotions. Okay. Now, if you can see these colors here, these colors represent your different energy centers as well, right? So if you are feeling shame, guilt, apathy, grief, these are all low vibrational states. As you get closer and closer, as you move up the scale, you go up from fear, desire, anger, pride, courage, neutrality. Neutrality is at 250, right? This is where you're not this or that. You're just neutral. Then above that, you get willingness, acceptance, reason, love, joy, peace, enlightenment, right? So if you can identify, can you identify an emotion that you might be feeling right now?
Right now, I think a little worried but thankful at the same time.
Okay, so you've got a little bit of anxiousness, right? That worry, when you say worry, be a little bit, try to get a little bit more descriptive with me.
Like if I messed up somewhere.
Okay. So maybe like, would you say that it's like fear? Are you scared you messed up? Are you do you feel guilt? Do you feel shame about it? Is it like what? Try to be descriptive of what that feels like.
Yeah, yeah, some shame and like unworthiness.
Okay.
It's like this deal is like it's happening. I didn't think it happened like so fast, or I don't know. It's like coming like.
Yeah, look, superhuman. It's very human to get into those states. I get into them myself. All human beings have, and we through the day we can go up and down in this scale at any given time based off what's going on with us in the day, right? So don't judge yourself that you have, low vibrational emotions. Everybody does. And if somebody tries to tell you that they're always happy and that they're always in a high vibrational state, they are lying to you, because that is a robot, not a human. Humans we fluctuate, but we have the ability to choose. We have the ability to choose and change the way we feel if we really focus and try. So right now, the worry, the shame, or that fear that you're feeling right now because you've got this emotional attachment to the deal, right? Well, what's happening is you are projecting yourself into the future. Okay. You're telling yourself that your happiness is predicated upon this deal happening. And because it's not happening, or because you're in a place where you kind of don't know what's going on, you're not living in your present. You're not living in this moment right now. Anytime we time travel from past to future, we are putting ourselves out of the present. And when we put ourselves out of the present, we put ourselves out of our power. So the way to combat that, Andy, the way to combat that is to center yourself back into yourself right now and look at the situation you're in right this minute. Okay. Right this minute, you have a great haircut. Right this minute, you have a computer. Right this minute, you are surrounded by a community of people who adore you, who love you, who care for you, who have your back. Right this minute, you have all of your needs met. Right this minute, you have in your fridge food if you need it, a bed if you need it, a telephone if you need it, a restroom if you need it. All of the things that are necessary for you to live and survive and have a beautiful, restful, quiet evening are at your fingertips. You are more wealthy than 90% of this planet at this moment. And when we allow ourselves to see the blessings that we have right now, it puts us into a state of gratitude. The antidote for any of these low vibrational emotions, brother, is gratitude. That's the antidote. Always. It's always the antidote. So if you sense yourself moving into the future and getting anxiety over it, bring yourself back to now and be grateful for what you have. Anytime that you're even regretful of the past, bring yourself back to the present moment and be grateful for what is. When you apply gratitude to whatever situation you're in, gratitude makes everything sustainable. Everything. Optimism, hope, faith, all of it. But if you can just think and look at all of the things you're grateful for right now, it can shift you in a moment.
I guess it's hard to, like, when I try to be thankful for where I am, it's like hard to know, like it's hard to, like, when I'm thankful and when I try to be thankful in the moment, it's like it doesn't register emotionally.
Okay, well then start counting your blessings, thinking about them. Be more expressive about what right now exists for you that you're grateful for. So, are your parents still alive?
My mom, my
Okay.
father, yeah, I mean,
Okay, are you close with your mom?
yeah, oh yeah, very,
Is she like the best person in the world to you?
absolutely, yeah,
Can you count on her for anything in life?
yeah,
When things are going hard, is she somebody that is your rock, somebody that you're just at the end of the day, mama's got your back, right? No one in the world like your mom. Okay. She's alive right now, right?
yeah. I'm trying
You
to
could
keep it that way.
you could call her if you needed help, right? Okay, when you think about your mom, what does that do inside of your chest?
Safe,
How does it make you feel?
thankful.
There you go.
Oh,
That's what we do. That's what we do. We have to this is how you cultivate it, right? You cultivate it by putting yourself and thinking about it, right? When I said take a gratitude break, the way that I cultivate gratitude in my heart is to think about something that I'm grateful for in my life right now. Like right now, what in my world right now is just so overwhelmingly positive and so good. And for me, dude, right? Both of my parents are alive, right? My father just successfully completed radiation. He's happy. He feels he's moving around. He went to church the other day. Like, I am so grateful for that. I am so grateful for the fact that I have this time with my dad right now. And I have this opportunity to have this incredible mother that loves me. And my sister always has my back. Anytime I'm feeling sad or depressed or, anything that's pulling me down into a low vibrational state, I just anchor to my family, man. I anchor to my family and it reminds me and it tells me, it shows me exactly all of the blessings that I have. Because at the end of the day, bro, if you took away the money, if you took away the cars, if you took away the mansion, took it all away, and it has happened to me. It has happened to me. I've lost it all once before. Everything. But you want to know where I found all of my peace? In my family. All of it. All of it. And my family still had my back. They were all there. We all lost it all. But when we all lost it all, we came together and we loved each other. And I'll never forget those days, bro. Those days are sweeter than the day that I moved into this house. The days that I used to be able to sit there with my mom and she'd cook curry for me and we'd eat together at the table and we would laugh and we would joke. Those days are some of the sweetest days I've ever had in my life. And we were the poorest we ever were.
Yeah. That's yeah. I was just I was just trying to, help my mom and provide because
You're gonna get, dude. Listen, you remind me of me so much, right? You do. And I can tell you're that guy. I can tell you're that guy that just cares about your family so much. You want to retire your mom. Like it's probably one of your like deepest desires in your heart. And anchor to that. Hold that, dude. Let that motivate you. When motivation starts to slip, let that discipline you. It was one of my motivators, bro. Being able to help my family, being able to make sure that my mom and dad were in their retirement, were comfortable and had access to the medical care they needed and access to the resources that they needed, and being able to provide that for them was absolutely one of the greatest goals, one of the biggest goals. Dude, a stupid car? No. A watch, none of this matters. I'm telling you, you buy the fanciest thing in life. What's your dream car?
um I think oh God, I know it's that weird Tesla car. It's kind
Okay,
of
cool. That Cybertruck, right?
yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you what happens when you get that Cybertruck after 5 days of owning it. It's gone. That feeling disappears. It's fake. That feeling isn't real. It isn't real. The only thing that's real, the only thing that's truly real is you, the people.
Yeah.
None of that matters. So when you are in that spot, dude, and you start to get sad or you start to get depressed or you start to feel a little bit low, anchor to mom. It'll do all the things that you need.
Well, yeah. 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 Yeah, just want to help as much.
And you'll get there, dude. You'll get there. Keep at it.
For sure. Thank you.
My man. Good to see you as always, bro.
Definitely too.
I like you in t-shirts, by the way. Tank tops are cool, but t-shirts look good on you, man. You keep wearing them shirts, you're gonna mess around and get yourself a girlfriend or a boyfriend. I don't know what you do, but whatever it is, just playing. I love you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Tabitha.
Hi,
Hi.
what is going on?
Just doing the thing. How are you?
Doing the thing? Good, of course. Since people are sharing wins today, I'll share. We closed that indie deal last week, and we closed our 10K deal today. So, and that one was a Vegas deal. So
Amazing.
looking up. Yes.
Things are looking up, but they're always going well. So you got 15K in the books for the last week, which is awesome. What do you have on the horizon right now?
Well, this actually comes into question because so we had two deals in Indy that, I thought were pretty fairly priced. One was in a good, desirable area, and the other one, we got it it was listed at 125. I locked it up at 80. What I've noticed in the difference between like Vegas buyers and Indy buyers is the urgency in Indy is like non-existent.
Yeah. I understand.
And I don't work that way, and it's killing my deals.
Okay.
So what's the advice into how can we get them to put some, urgency into these deals? Because they're dragging their feet, they're unresponsive, or they take a whole day to respond. And I'm just like, I can't work like this.
Yeah. So, look, it is symptomatic of smaller markets. It's symptomatic of, the way that I've seen, markets like Indianapolis or Indiana, um, actually, and there's no way to speed them up, right?
Mhm.
But you can create urgency by now here's where it's problematic, okay? Because you don't want to lie. You don't want to create false, like I people can sniff out fake urgency.
Right.
Okay. They can sniff out fake urgency. Like for instance, I was the other day, I need to buy a vehicle for when I go to Canada. I go to Canada once a month for a week to hang out with my kid. And I've been having to rent a car every time I go. And that rental costs me like $1,400 for the week, right? It's stupid.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm just gonna go buy a cheap little, crossover, little Nissan thing that I can drive when I'm there. That's gonna be less than $1,400, right? For the week, right? So I call a car dealership today, and I'm like, hey, I like this thing. It's like $18,000. What can you do for me on it? He's like, I'll give you, I'll give you 15,000 for it. And then he's like, no, we can do like 16.5. And I'm like, awesome. And then I'm like, cool. And then he starts with, there's about 3 buyers right now trying to buy this vehicle. So if you really want this, we're going to, and I'm like, I mean, immediately, right? The lies started coming. The urgency started coming. And I knew exactly what this guy is doing, right? This is car sales 101, right?
Yeah.
So he's just creating this false urgency, and I can sniff it out. And now it's making me not want to do business with him. Right. So you want to create urgency without lies, right? You want to create the urgency without lies. And so instead of saying, I've got a buyer right now who's looking at this, and so if you want this, then you're going to have to make a move right now. Why not create, because this is the truth. When you send out your deals in Vegas, how fast do they sell?
Typically less than 48 hours.
Okay, so what you can say on your emails is, our deals usually sell within 48 hours.
Okay.
So our deals typically sell within 48 hours of advertising. So if you're interested in this property, please act as fast as possible, right? So now you're not lying, but you're creating the world in which you live in, and you're expressing the world in which you live in. And that is true. That's honest. And now you're just sharing the reality of how it works when you're doing business. You're not creating fake urgency. You're not making up a story, but you're giving the reality of how it is when in your business. Your deals typically sell within 48 hours. And so if you're interested in working with me or working on my deals, I don't want you to miss out, because my deals typically sell within 48 hours. It's not false urgency. It's not a lie. It's real, but it's painting and creating the world that your buyers have to adhere to if they want to do business with you.
Okay. All right. And when my dispo's calling, he can tell them that as well. Like, let me know, because, typically, so not just in the email, but like over the phone and all of that as well.
And just don't do the grimy fake stuff. Just don't make up and tell your dispo people that, say like, nobody, people can sniff lies out. Like, you can sense it in your gut when something's BS, right? You can sense it. So just because you know that, and because other people know that, then what's the point of doing it, right? So just tell your dispo guy, say, hey, create the universe that this buyer has to live in, and in our universe, our deals sell within 48 hours.
Okay.
So if you want to play in our universe, then you have to understand that our deals sell within 48 hours.
Okay.
Yep.
That is what I'll do. And then one more quick question based off of that letter that I got that I sent you.
Yes.
Because I was just thinking of the logistics of it, and to get somebody to go out and take photos on every single property might not always be feasible. So what I was thinking, so I'm not actually advertising the photos from the MLS, can I just do a link to Zillow? Then it's taking them to the Zillow site with the pictures?
You're going to respond to them, right?
Yes, I'm just want to make sure I have my logistics on how I'm going to move forward, but I will respond. But I was thinking from a timeline perspective, like, typically if we get a contract, that's going out the same day or the very next morning, depending on when it's signed. So to always get someone there and to get our own photos, I mean, that's going to kill probably at least a day. So I was thinking, it's saying the copyright of it. So if I'm not like actually taking the photos and then putting them as pictures here, but I'm putting the photos with the link to Zillow, then I'm not technically copywriting anything that I can think of.
No, I think you're right. I mean, to me, in theory, it sounds like a great workaround.
Right. I know, because it's Vegas.
Yeah, and you just don't want to. You don't want to like poke them. You know what I mean? Because can you call them and anonymously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just say, "Hi, I have a question. So I heard that we're not allowed to repurpose MLS photos. What if I just link to Zillow that have the MLS photos on it? Could I repurpose those?"
Okay, so just ask them, but do it anonymously, but just ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll call
and then see what the reaction or see what the response is there. Personally, I think you're going to be okay in doing that, but I think it's like you don't want to have a violation. You don't want to have another strike, right?
No, I don't.
And it's worth waiting an extra day. Just saying, if you have to wait a day so that you can send a TaskRabbit out to get photos or send. There's companies. I have a reference for you. If there's a company that'll go out there and take your photos for you. I think they charge like $100.
Yeah, I mean, I have the boots to do it. I was just thinking the timeline of it to, life and people and all their stuff.
Yeah.
It's just more of that situation because again, I love urgency, so I get my deals out as soon as possible.
Yeah, but sometimes you also have to just adapt, right?
Right.
And so if that is not, and that might create more friction too, just saying like taking people off of how many times have you done this? You've been on something where you want to do business and then they make you click on something and they send you to another website. And then you're on that other website and then you're kind of like, you almost forget what you were doing and you stop what you were doing. Have you ever done that before?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Hundreds of times, thousands of times.
So my thought process here is, if you send people off of your ad and you send them to Zillow, how many deals could you potentially lose because your buyer lost interest once they got sent to the third-party website?
Yeah, I didn't really think of it like that because I was thinking, if they're going directly, they're going to look at the pictures and then if they're interested, they'll work the deal. I wasn't really thinking it would, but it could distract them. Of course, that could happen.
I mean, it's a risk, right? My gut tells me, get your own photos.
Okay.
Just get your own photos. Use the day.
Okay. And then the other thing I was thinking is if we start asking if let's say I can't get someone out there right away, if I ask the agent if they have any additional photos that are not listed on the MLS and using those.
That could work.
Maybe initially because they're not on the MLS. It's technically the agents, but it's not actually posted. So they wouldn't know where the photos came from.
Yeah. Yeah, that could work. It's the MLS is the issue. Once they put those photos on the MLS will stamp them and they become property of the MLS.
Okay.
That's the problem. And that's when I read that letter, that's what they were mainly concerned about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course.
Great to see you. Love you.
Great to see you. Likewise.
We have a question from YouTube, Jamil.
Yeah.
Christina Gates, how to make adjustments for 1 level versus 2 levels? Is it by square foot only an explanation of demand, or is there appraisal rule?
Okay, so typically a single story property is worth more than a 2-story property. Why? Because there's going to be more buyers for a single story than there will be a 2-story. If you think about it, when you have young children or people that are of a higher age group, stairs become prohibitive, right? So when you just think about a young family that has a baby, I have met many young people that have new families and babies, and two-story houses terrify them because they think about that baby rolling down the stairs. They also, when you're at a higher age group like my age, okay, going up a flight of stairs is bad on my knees. It hurts my knees, right? So I prefer to be in a single-story house because I don't want to climb up all them stairs. So there's fewer buyers for a two-story house than there are for a single-story house. Now we understand why. The adjustment is typically 15 to 20%. So a single story house will be worth 15 to 20% more than a two-story house. So, but I don't like using that. The only time I will ever use a single story and a two story and use them as a comp is if there are no two stories available for me to use. So don't use a single story and say, well, I'm going to use this single story because it's higher. Then I'm just going to make an adjustment for it when there is a two-story comp available to use. That's the rule. Hope that helped. Ryder Cotton.
Hey, Jamil.
How you doing, bro?
I am doing pretty well. How are you?
Long time no chat. I'm good.
Good, good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's been a minute. I have some stuff going on my end I'm working through. So, more family stuff.
Okay, cool, cool. Hope things are good.
Yeah, they're okay. You know, we just gotta work through it as a family. Kind of like our first issue as like a family unit, my wife and I and my daughter. So,
Okay. All right. Well, prayers for you. Hope everything works out. You're an awesome guy, so I'm sure it will.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so lately I've had a lot of issues with the deals that I'm working, and I know my numbers are solid.
Okay.
Right. I know they're good, and I'm confident in that. But the past, well, not this last one, but the past like 3 or 4 deals, maybe 5, I've been trying to dispo them. Can't find the buyer. I renegotiate. I'm able to get them down kind of close to lock the buyer in, and then it just kind of falls apart. Then I go back to the deal a week later, under contract again. I see it sell. I'm like, you mothers. It's selling at the prices I have them. I'm like, man. I was like, it's gotten so frustrating.
So I know that you were doing a lot of JV and you had somebody like exclusively dispoing for you. Has that relationship ended?
I think he is focused on other things right now.
Okay.
So I've had to come over and start working on dispoing my own deals. Kind of working that end as well.
Got it.
So he may be sending them out, but I think he's done a little bit slower and kind of that what's the word I'm looking for? Urgency has bumped a little bit.
Okay. It's unfortunate. You guys made a lot of money together. So it's always funny to me when, people kind of take their foot off the gas when things are going well. Like you're making 20, 30 grand a month here, dude. Why aren't you answering your phone?
But, well, I mean, he's still in the realm of real estate. I just think he's focused on something local.
Okay. No judgment. It's all good. All good. It gives you an opportunity to keep more of your money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So how big is your list?
I have a couple hundred of solid buyers in my list, and I'm able to get feedback. I'm able to work them. I'm able to have a conversation. I'm able to learn and build that. It's just, these past few ones, I just haven't known the right people at the right time.
Yeah.
The buyers that I do have are just $5,000-$10,000 lower than where I'm at.
Okay. And what is your method of communicating with the buyers? Email, text, blend?
It's a blend, yeah. Email first, follow-up text, and I'll hop on the phone.
Where are you getting the majority of your action, text or email?
I get probably with text. I get a better response rate.
Okay.
After doing the follow-up on text.
I mean, my gut is telling me your just list is too small.
Yeah.
I got 200 buyers. It's not enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What I would suggest, Ryder, is what you should, do you have anything right now that's under contract that's like, that you need to dispo?
No, so past couple deals I've actually sold recently. It's
Okay.
been good.
On your own list. On your own list.
My own list. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So
one of them was with a disco partner, but that one's done.
Okay. How did you do on those deals? What are you making?
The one I'm closing at the end of the month. In total, that's like a $45,000 spread.
Okay. Here's why I'm asking, because you have good income coming to you this month, but for the end of the month on that 45K deal, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So you have the capacity right now to take a week and just go ham on your buyers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me give you some metrics here, because I think you need to spend the next week just actively, like 8 hours a day, building your buyers list. Like that's all you need to do. Okay. For the next 2 weeks. Okay. Hold on. Let me just go to Abraham. I need to check what his stat is. Okay. You should be adding 35 buyers a day, 20 to 35 buyers a day to your list. And that's like vetted buyers. Okay. So you're finding the name, getting the LLC, getting their phone number, calling them, introducing yourself, getting their buy box, adding them to your list, and having them opt in. Okay. You should, for the next week, if you can get to a cadence of 30, okay, that you're going to be adding about another 210 buyers to your list in the next 7 days if you can do that. Now you've doubled the distribution network that you had than what you were working with currently. I think that, Ryder, if you spend a couple of weeks just focused on that list, it's gonna change things for you dramatically.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I think so too, because I'm still like, okay, acquisition. Let's focus on that. And then the buyers will come when the deals are here. And then I've seen past 4 deals. Okay, I have them. Buyers are.
Yeah, no, and it's we gotta plan for that, right? They're not. It's such a funny thing. I've heard Max Maxwell say it before. I love Max Maxwell, by the way. This isn't a dig, but he always says like, yeah, if you got the deal, the buyers will come. How? Telepathy?
Yeah.
What's the mechanism here? That's what I want to know, right? So no, it's not true. And the reason why Keegley was even formed was because we saw so many good deals die on the vine because wholesalers didn't have access to the buyers. They weren't building their buyers list with enough, meat. And also knowing that of your 210 buyers, how many are still active?
I think a number of them are still active. Well, maybe not like active as in today, but active as
or even active in this moment. Because remember,
yeah,
a buyer can be a buyer, but if a buyer is full, he's not active right now. He's not actively buying because he's in the middle of his projects. He's got things going on. He's not looking. And so even though they're real and even though they're closed, doesn't mean that their appetite is lined up with their alignment right now for timing.
Yeah, I've got a lot of that too.
And so it's really important that you're constantly adding to that list because that's always going to happen. There's always going to be buyers that are taking themselves out of buying position because of just sheer capacity.
Yeah.
So having that fresh buyer blood constantly, it's necessary for you to continue doing business consistently. So focus right now. You got 45K in the bucket, bro. Spend 2 weeks building your buyers list. Because here at the end of the day, dog, you don't have to share anymore. You don't got to share that. Look, I'm not telling you don't share, but you don't have to. If you go and you get this list, say you get this list from 210 to 700, what happens to your business?
Exactly. Yeah. All right. I'm just going to pivot a little bit, work on that. And so far this year, been great. A little frustrating, but I'm working on changing my mindset on a lot of things that I've been resistant to the past 2 years I've been here.
Well, again, I was just saying to Andy, right?
Yep.
I mean, you said you sold 2 deals this week, right? Or in the last little while?
So as of right now, it should be 4 deals in total. Just 2 kind of regular transaction, 2 wholesale deals. Working on signing 1 out with the Boltons in Memphis.
Okay. So what's the total you got coming to you right now since the beginning of the year?
Since the beginning of the year?
Yeah.
It's going to be touching, probably touching 40, because that 40K deal is a JV.
Okay. So $40,000, and we're in the beginning of February right now, right? I just want you to know that the average American makes $35,000 a year. So you've made in a month what the average American makes in an entire year.
Yeah.
For perspective, just for perspective, I want you to know that, remember that, and that let the reality of that sink into you, so that gratitude changes whatever thing that's bugging you, frustrating you, causing you grief or friction. Just remember that, like you are so flippin' lucky.
Absolutely, yeah.
I
think about that every day.
You got a phenomenal skill. You've got a beautiful family. You're crushing life and business. Nothing is worth getting frustrated over, dude. When you're as blessed as you are.
Appreciate that.
There you are. Love you, dog. Good to see you.
Me too. Thanks, Jamil.
Salvatore.
What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Just chugging along.
Just chugging?
I'm getting there. I actually had an agent kind of say something weird, and I don't know really how to go about it. It didn't really matter because it was too high, but I didn't know what she was saying.
Okay, well, what'd she say?
She said, so I put an offer in on one, and she said, the seller will agree to your offer, but wants you to get an inspection done within 48 or 72 hours before he accepts any binder. He will not accept anything below your offer and will not go down on price. If you agree, he will accept the binder and the house will come off the market. And he wants closing within 7 days.
Okay. So what the agent is saying is they want you to, first of all, they're saying at your price right now, you have acceptance. Okay. But they want you to conduct your inspection within 72 hours of the acceptance being of the executed contract happening, because they will not renegotiate with you. So here's what's happened to this seller. Okay. Somebody has gone under contract with them and they have been canceled on. And so now your seller has got their bunghole a little bit tightened up, and they're a little bit like angry because they've been canceled on. And so now they're creating all of this friction for their new buyer. Okay. You can handle this one of 2 ways. You can accept and say, okay, yeah, I can get my inspection done in 72 hours, which is going to tie your hands dramatically on doing this deal. Just saying, the likelihood of you being able to get this thing put together, your deal text done, sent out to your buyers, have buyers come through the property and walk it and get this thing done in 48 to 72 hours, it's going to be really difficult, right? Inspection time and access are super important for a wholesale deal to happen. Okay. So I would respond to this agent and I would say, it sounds to me like you guys might have had some negative experiences in the past. Unfortunately, I run a business that requires me to have adequate time for due diligence. And I'm sorry that you guys have experienced some issues in the past, but I just can't put myself in a situation where I'm going to make a poor decision based on a timeline that goes against the policies and the way that we operate in our company. So if your seller is unwilling to meet our terms and timelines, which I feel are fair, and these are the timelines that our contract naturally allows for, then unfortunately we're going to need to pass. And let that be how, because right now they're power moving you, and you can very well check that power move with your own one and say, I'm sorry, we don't work that way.
Okay.
Now,
yeah,
of course,
there's
there's going to be back and forth. They're going to come back and say, okay, well, what do you need then? Right. So that's how it works. But like right now, even acquiescing to this is going to just put you in a bad spot, and you're going to end up having to cancel this because you're not going to have enough time to make this work. So price isn't a problem right now. It's attitude.
Yeah.
right? So just don't respond nastily, but in a kind tone. Just explain that you'd be putting yourself in a bad position, rushing yourself into making into making a financial decision on a project, and you just can't work that way. And then see how they respond to that.
Yeah. Okay. But I will say I was a little high on the price as it is, but they were just, and then they said, like, because they agreed to a 5-day inspection and a 14-day close. But they just kept going back and forth about like the binder money, and then they said, I will notify you. If we get a higher offer, to give you the opportunity to come in with more. And I was like, okay, so they're pretty much just saying that my offer is just there until if they do get a higher offer, then they'll take that one. But
so
I
it
don't
sounds to
think
me
they'll
like they're
sell.
not even planning on accepting your offer in the first place. What she's asking you to do is get an inspection before they even accept your offer.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep moving, dude. You're
Yeah,
dealing with crazy people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I told
Yeah,
her
and
earlier,
I mean,
said,
and you can even respond and say, thank you guys so much for the response here. Unfortunately, I'm running a business, and I'm not gonna go and order a $500 or $700 inspection on a property that I don't even have an executed contract on. I don't know how you think. I'm not sure how other buyers you've worked with in the past operate, but unfortunately, I can't do that. So have a great day, and I wish you guys tremendous luck on your listing.
okay. Yeah, I pretty much I said I'm gonna pass on it. Good luck with the sale. So
yeah, great. Yeah, you did the right thing there. Yeah, you never want to put yourself in a bad situation because somebody's got an attitude.
Yeah. No, yeah.
It's just it's not worth it. And you know what? This agent is going to derail this seller's chances of selling this thing. Mark my words. 30 days from now, this house will still be available. 30 days from now, this attitude is not going to be there. She's going to be a completely different person. So watch it, wait, come back.
Yeah, no, I actually just checked it. It's only 9 days on market, but it is still up there. So we'll see.
There you go, bro.
But yeah, I think that's all I have for today. So
good to see you, dude. I'm happy that you're here again.
Yep, I'll be here every week.
My man.
All right, see you later.
Later, brother. Marvin. Yes.
We have Pedro who has 3 questions.
Oh, let's get one of them.
Okay. Is Massachusetts a state that's hard to wholesale in?
No, it's not a hard. It's an actual amazing state to wholesale in. What's the next one? That was a quick one for me. So let's keep. What's his next question?
What are the gut and cosmetic percentages that should be deducted from ARV in Massachusetts to make deals more appealing to buyers?
Well, that's kind of an interesting worded question, but in Massachusetts, it's a high demand, high appreciation area. So if you're talking about cosmetic, you're probably needing to be somewhere between 68 and 72% on your offers in Massachusetts in order for you to be able to either get the offer accepted or to sell to your buyer. Buyers are buying somewhere around 72% in Massachusetts right now. So you want to be offering somewhere in the 68% range, and that's for cosmetic. Now, if we're talking full gut, on a full gut situation, you're probably going to need to be somewhere in the 55% of ARV range for a full gut in mass, and you'd be selling at 58. Cool. All right. Marvin.
Jamil, what's up, bro?
How you doing, dog?
Long time no see.
Great to see you.
Yeah, likewise, man. Likewise. Good to be back. Good to be back on these calls. Been a lot of jewels that's been dropping. So
what's been happening with you? What's new?
Oh, man, we just closed. Well, we're closing deals, but just a complete life change, man. I've been going through some similar challenges that you've been going through, but just challenges, and a lot of light at the end of the tunnel, and things are like in full flow and full perspective now. So I've just been really just readjusting and putting more of my focus in the wholesaling, scaling back on the construction and the flipping. And since then, I've been getting some amazing results, man. So everything's been going good. We
Love
just assigned another one with the Turner Bros out there last week. So that's good. And Cleveland is picking up. I like what you were telling Ryder, because I get a lot of deals coming in. I see about 20, 30 deals here in Cleveland, but I didn't have a real strong buyer list. So I've just been building my buyers list, and we'll put some more focus into doing that, man, so I can get, because I've been talking to buyers and we've been hitting and missing. Either I lose my deal from a cancel, or the buyer be slow in responding and say they want it. So it's just like 4 or 5 deals that I probably lost in the last, 2 or 3 weeks, where it just was just a matter of time. And so I know those 4 or 5 closes are coming down the pipe, man.
Got it. Tell me about the Trainer Bro deal. That was here in Phoenix?
Man, that was there in Phoenix.
Yeah.
I literally sent the offer, had my guys send the offer out. They didn't even tell me until probably about 2 or 3 days later that we had it locked up and assigned with the trainer. It was literally 5 minutes. The agent sent it to me through Astro Blaster. I sent it over. I comped it, sent it over to them, told them what we should offer, and we locked it up. They sent it to the trainers, and we had it locked up in like 24 hours. And I think our fee is somewhere around like 25 that we're splitting, man, somewhere around
there. Go.
Yeah, so yeah. So
heck yeah, dude. Good job, man.
I got another one. I want to see if you can comp it for me in Scottsdale.
Let's take a look.
All right.
Take a look. See there, bro. Let's get it. All right. What's the address?
It's 7619 East Via DeCorto. So DECORTO in Scottsdale. We're coming up with 1.7. Let's see what you came up with.
What are the details here?
Hey, Jamil.
Yeah.
I signed that deal today, so just letting you guys know.
Oh,
this one?
Judd.
This one, 7619. I can't hear you, bro. Judd? Unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Did you hear the first part I said?
You assigned this deal today?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so it was your deal, or Marvin, were you JVing on it, or what was going on?
No, I got it from another agent. I got it from an agent.
Oh, dang. You were direct on it, Judd?
Yeah.
Sweet. What did you tell me the numbers?
So we locked it up at 900. We sold it at $1,010,000.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah.
So you made 110 grand a day?
Yeah, we assigned it 20K EMDs in. So that's a scoop.
Nice, dude. How'd you get the deal?
More excitement, Judd.
I got referred this agent from another agent that I've been calling for a while.
So agent outreach just from a referral to referral, and the way it went?
Yeah, I followed up with him probably for like 9 months before he even like said anything to me, like legit. And then he sent me an address like a month after that, and this was it.
Well, congrats.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. So Marvin, I guess it's moot.
Sorry, it's moot, man, but it's all good. Somebody else in the family got it.
The 110,000 buckaroos, though, man. What's up with that? Let's go.
I just told you hit or miss, man. It's all good. That means mine is coming, man.
That's coming. Marvin, that's funny because Bo's like, watch it beat DeCorto. And then you get like 7619, and it was just like, no way.
All right, man. Congratulations, man. That's all I can say.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Yep.
You guys, this community is insane. I just like, you guys realize. Pardon me?
I said Brittany buried us. You see her post?
No, what happened?
She made $250,000, I think, right?
Yeah, I
saw that.
Yeah.
Brittany Berryman did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah.
Was she on the call?
I don't know. I just saw it on
Saw it on
Facebook.
yeah.
Hell
We
yeah,
were just
dude.
laughing today because we saw that and then we assigned it and it was like,
Good day.
good vibes. Let's go.
Wow. All right. This community is bananas. Bananas. Alexis.
Jamil, I'll holler at you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, brother. Love you, Marvin. Thank you. Sorry about that, but also cool. What can you do? That's great. Alexis, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, brother?
How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Trying to get more deals in the pipeline. See if I could do some February deals. If not, set up the month of March.
Yes, sir.
And I just had a question, man. I feel like a little bit of a caveman because I'm doing everything pen and paper still.
Okay.
And I was um I'm getting ready to sign up for a CRM system.
Okay.
And my question is, do you feel like that's vital to move my to step my game up pretty much to do
Yeah,
maybe at least 1 or 2 deals a month?
a CRM is invaluable, bro. Like, the organization, the ability to track your follow-ups, to track your conversations. I mean, it's so valuable in this business that I would absolutely say yes, because, given the fact that you're on the road as much as you are, you're trying to juggle, your follow-ups and all of the things. I 100% think that a CRM is going to be valuable for you. Which CRM are you looking at?
Actually, somebody from the community, Jacob Simpson.
Yep.
Jacob, he created a nice CRM, and I was checking out his video, his demo video, and it looks pretty nice. So I know you're probably not familiar with it,
No,
but
I'm not. What does it do?
It does have automations, so you can it's a little bit kind of like Astroblaster, I guess.
Yep.
Where you could put like drip campaigns, do agent outreach, follow-ups and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that's neat. I can also, it has like a tasks option where I can put whatever I have to do, like if I need a comp properties, call somebody, stuff like that, and it'll, remind me, it'll pop up. The whole do not disturb if an agent told you, like, hey, don't call me no more. Man, I believe it's got KPI tracker as well, which
Okay.
is neat because I've been tracking everything also pen and paper, and man, it got hectic after a while.
Yeah,
So
dude, it's totally worth your investment. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. You're going to be happier for it. So, if you're asking me if I think it's a good idea, absolutely.
nice, brother. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's all I had, man. Honestly, I know it's not Sunday mindset, but brother, I just getting deals done actually open up my eyes to the possibility that I can scale at this business just like everybody does. Man, when I saw Seth earlier and I was like, man, bro, like,
Do you remember Seth when he was first getting in here and what it was like, dude? I remember him being on a call, bro, and it was so cold in his house because his furnace broke that we could see his breath.
yeah.
Do you remember that? You remember that
I was
call?
on
We
that
could
call,
see
yeah.
his breath. It was like, and he was just happy, cold and happy, like Santa.
Yep,
And look at him
man.
now.
Yeah.
He's all GQ. He's got glasses, a haircut, a side part. Like, what's going
He looks
on?
good, man.
He looks
He looks good.
great.
He's glowing. He's
He
glowing.
got
was
some
already
money, he
glowing,
got
but
some glasses, and he got a side part.
yep.
It's great, dude. No,
Yeah, man.
he's awesome. And Alexis, you're great, bro. You've been doing it. Of course you're doing it part-time because you're on the road, right? But you're just one of those guys that it's consistent, dude. You're consistent, and that consistency is always going to pay off for you, right? So organize yourself, hop into a CRM. It's good move. Keep yourself organized and keep pushing, dude. Keep pushing. At the end of the day, you're gonna rock this. And scale, scale isn't even important. Consistency is important. If we could get you to three a month, if you could get yourself to 3 a month, you could hang up the keys.
Yeah. That's the goal.
You got a
That's
kid?
the goal. I got two. Yeah.
So you know that, being there, that's the flex.
For sure, brother.
That
It
that
sucks,
a dad who gets to be home with his kid, present there, there's no bigger flex than that, bro. So you get this done, and you put them at the center of your why, and you know watch how it unfolds. But you already know the processes. You already know what you're doing, right? You've learned all the techniques. We've gone through it all. You've got proof of concept. You've done deals. You've made money. You've already supplemented your guys' lifestyle by thousands of dollars every single month. But now you're going to take this and let's do this a little bit more consistently, right? And even in your expectations, like your expectations when you started this call today was like, if it's not for this month, it's for next month. Why not this month? It's only the 6th.
Yeah.
Right. Make it, your words are laying your foundation for what's happening. Right. Be firm.
Yeah, bro. Because I remember you
expect
saying
it of yourself to do a deal this month. Expect it.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Because I remember, man, you would talk about being intentional, and I would say, oh, okay, like I'll try to set intentions, and then in the back of my head was that little, like you call it, that little a-hole that
Yeah.
that tells you like, nah, bro, that's not gonna happen. Like
Yeah.
whispering. It was like very little, but I could hear it in the back of my head, like, nah, that's probably not gonna happen. And I caught myself, man. I'm changing my mindset. I think it was a lot tied with religion
Okay.
because I don't know. I mean, maybe some other people that grew up in Christianity might relate, but a lot of the times, they kind of tell you like, be careful with worshiping money and God at the same time. And it was like I couldn't see that line. Like the line was blurry for me. Like, hey, am I putting too much effort into trying to be a wholesaler? And like, is it more important than God? And it was kind of like I couldn't see the line between, so I kind of felt guilty about trying to make money. And now I've been working on that for the past few months, and now I see that I shouldn't feel guilty, because I read the Bible every day, I pray, and I do
And you're
whatever it
not
is that I
worshiping
have to
money
do.
you're not worshiping money to want more for your family, to be able to provide a lifestyle where their father is home taking care of the kids and being a part of the family and being a good steward in the home and being available and helpful to his wife and being able to be generous and helpful with his resources because he has enough so that his cup is so full that he can fill others' cups. There's no worship in that. There's no worship of money in that. Right. There's nothing, there's no congruency there. So, at the end of the day, we God gives us resources so that we can bless people.
Yeah.
Right. And so go get after it. There's absolutely no misalignment between you being financially free and your faith, bro. They go hand in hand.
Yeah, bro, I'm learning a lot from the Hebrew roots of the Bible. So there's a lot of stuff that I learned from that, and that's how I got out of that ugly mindset. That hey, God is okay with you being successful. I mean, it's in the Bible. There was a lot of successful people. There's still a lot of successful people, and like you said, sometimes getting that little bit more so you can bless others is a vehicle. God uses, for example, you, man. You got a lot of money. You bless a lot of people, not just with money but with knowledge, and it's like a waterfall. Like you're receiving, and then you're pouring back into people, and then you're receiving more, and then it's like a never-ending cycle. You're like pouring out, getting more, pouring out, getting more. So,
Amen.
For sure, brother. So thank you for everything, and brother, I'll keep you on the loop
All
to
right,
see how
bro.
everything unfolds. Thank you.
Keep it up. Efren. Elisha. I saw her here. She was here. She's gone. She's gone.
She left, but Ephraim is still here.
Ephraim. Katie Knotts.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm excellent. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, thanks. I was hoping to pick your brain a little bit about when or if you pivot to offering a or not offering or asking for a seller to consider creative financing if they're not interested in your offer. Do you recommend trying to pivot to a creative finance or?
Yeah, so let's first talk about where is the lead coming from? Are you doing agent outreach? Is this on market stuff? Is it direct seller?
It's both. It's agent outreach. It's an agent that I know,
Okay.
and it's on market. The seller would very much like her listed price, but my girlfriend, who's the agent, said she would be open to seller finance if the terms were right. She's older, so she wants, she doesn't want it to like be a 20-year payment sort of thing. But so I didn't know if that would be something that if I got the right terms, I might be able to turn around and wholesale.
Yeah, of course you could. So, okay, so how overpriced is she at her price?
Well, it's hard to say. So it's a very unique property. It's a single family
Let's
property.
look at, should we look at it?
Yeah, go for it. It's oh my God, I lost where I thought I had it up. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Looking at all my tabs. Fourth Ave. It's 340 4th Ave. In India Atlantic, which is INDIA. Yeah, right there.
I've never heard of that.
Well, yeah, near me. So it's currently been run as a hair salon, but it's technically a single family.
Okay.
Oh, it's showing as off market on Privy, huh?
Yeah.
Weird.
It's listed. What is it listed at?
Yeah. $599.
Okay. Okay, let's look.
So, I've been talking to you about pad split and I've been reaching out to local people pad splitting, and I'm like, this property looks like it would be a pretty killer pad split potential. So I'm just kind of trying to, I think a lot of people have been shying away from it because all they see it is a hair salon because it's obviously but I'm like, I see it as a good thing having all that extra plumbing, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, so with a renovation, this could get up to about a $700,000 value. So she wants her price at $599. Okay. And she's willing to do owner finance. What does she owe on it? Do you know if there's a note? Free and clear?
Yeah, she owns it free and clear.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So say, yes, I'm absolutely normally, and, given the condition, in order to get this to where it could be, have actual value for me, I'd need to buy this at like 400,
right?
Like 450 at the most, right? And you're at 600. She's at 599, you said? So I'm going to overpay by $150,000 giving you 599, which I'm happy to do. Okay. Because if I was going to pay interest on this on an amortization table, I'd probably be paying a couple $100,000 in interest over the life of the mortgage.
Right.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we do 599,000, 0% interest? And let's do it over. Let's see what this works out to over 15 years. Okay.
Yep.
That's about $3,300 a month.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's on a 15-year 0% note.
Okay.
You could absolutely wholesale that.
Okay.
You could
Okay.
wholesale that probably for a $25,000 lift.
Okay.
Yep. That's how I would pitch it. Flip. You get that thing at 0% financing at over 15 years. I probably have a buyer for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep you posted.
Where's India? Where's India?
India Atlantic. It's on the east coast of Florida. It's by the beach. So it's
How do you get there?
well, I mean, it's east of Orlando. You take, I don't know, do you want highways?
No. It's just like, how far is it from like a major city?
It's like an hour and 15 from Orlando.
Okay.
East.
I mean, it sounds delightful. See what happens. Keep me posted, but I think that could be a neat deal.
Okay. Cool.
But insist on 0% interest.
Yes.
Be like, and use how I just framed it with you is that I'm overpaying by 150,000 from where this thing needs to be at, truthfully. But because if I was to pay interest over the life of a mortgage, I'd probably be paying that anyway. So since we're going to do this and you're going to do seller financing, no problem. Let's do 0%, 15 years. You get $3,300 a month guaranteed every single month deposited in your bank. No ifs, ands, or buts. You are taken care of. I honestly think that this would probably even cash flow as a pad split, or somebody could probably rent this thing out for like $3,500 a month. But at 0% interest, it's principal pay down every single month. I mean, that's a gangster deal.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
See what I can do.
Let
Thank
me
you.
know. Of course. Cameroon.
Jamil, Autumn has a question.
Autumn.
Why do hedge funds
Okay.
home sit instead of compromising on an offer? Do they care that it affects the home value in the neighborhood?
Say it one more time.
Why do hedge funds let homes sit instead of compromising on an offer? Do they care that it affects the home value in the neighborhood?
Well, I mean, we're talking about an entity, right? Who has somebody working for it that isn't, a principal in, so when a hedge fund lists a property, they've got an asset manager within their organization who's working with a real estate agent, none of whom care. So we're not talking about the same things that we're dealing with when we're dealing with a homeowner, right? The emotions come out of the conversation. So even thinking that a hedge fund cares, you're misunderstanding the point. They have thresholds, they've got numbers, and they've got metrics that they either hit or don't hit. And if it hits, there's an acceptance. And if it doesn't hit, there's a rejection. To them, it's not a matter of what is this doing to the neighborhood? What is this doing to the house? What is this doing to values? Because the people involved in the situation don't have emotional attachment to the property. So I think the way that you need to look at this is just that we're not dealing with a human being. We're dealing with something different. And because we're dealing with something different, we can't apply human emotion to it. So, my opinion is there's no point in arguing with a robot. And essentially, that's what you're dealing with when you're talking about the asset manager at a hedge fund. Make sense? Cool. Cameroon.
Hey, Jamil, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am well. I want you to go through a comp that I am concerned about.
You're concerned. What are you concerned about? What's
It's a really great deal, but the seller is wanting and like close by the listing price. I have a great ARV for it,
okay?
but
What's the address? What's the address?
okay, 2748 is Oxford Drive. 2748 Oxford Drive,
Decatur.
Decatur, Georgia 30034.
Okay, 94 days on market. Three bed, 3 bath, 2-story, built in 1987, 1816 square foot house, 8,712 square foot lot, single car garage. listed at 238,000. Let's look at the pictures. Okay, it's clean, it's clean, it's clean, it's original, super dated. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yep, 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 yep. Okay. Let's check the comps. Bang. All right.
There's one right around the subdivision, the 2723 Rockdale. It was sold
Yeah.
for 260 like last in December. So I know that should be the perfect comp.
Yeah,
Our
that is your comp.
property is actually bigger, has bonus rooms. It's actually more bigger than this one.
Yeah, it's
property.
larger by about 80-ish square
It's
feet.
showing 1,800, but the agent told me it's actually 2,000.
Man, but we got to go with what the tax record says. So we'll pretend.
Yeah, we'll
Sure,
pretend it's
possibly
still 1,800.
Yeah, but it's eight based off of what the tax record shows us. It's 1816. Okay, so it's okay. It's an okay price, right? At 360. It's a cosmetic deal. I'd say. I think they're about 38,000 too high. I think this needs to be at 200 grand.
That's exactly what I first initially offered. And the seller is wanting 230. And that's where my dilemma is. Like, should I just pass or
Yes.
lock it and
Nope.
see where it goes?
Nope. No, because look, it's listed at 238. It's been 94 days on market. You lock this up at 230. What are you going to sell it at?
Right.
235.
Yeah.
Your buyers are going to look and say, what did you do here?
Exactly.
There's only $3,000 off of list price. You've done nothing. Right. So I wouldn't waste your time at 230. It doesn't make any sense to. I think this is a patience game. It's been 94 days and nothing has happened. So what's another 20 days?
Right.
Right. So instead of rushing to the cancellation, how about let's walk to the deal? Because you're going to rush this to try to get something under contract out of, I got to do it, but it's not going to work because your buyers are going to see this and they're going to say there's not, the deal doesn't work. And also 94 days on market, that the market has rejected this price and it is going to continue to reject this price. So my thoughts is go back to the agent and say, I took a look at this, looked at it with my partners. There's absolutely no way we can do 230 for this thing. And the market is telling us the same thing. You guys haven't been able to sell it. So, I'm going to continue checking in with you guys. I'll check back in a couple of weeks. If your seller's truly motivated, at some point, they're going to have to come to an understanding that they're not going to get 230 for it. But, I appreciate your time and, we'll continue to circle back. And then try her back in a couple of weeks and say, how's it looking? My offer still stands at 200 if you guys are ready to do a deal. And then, keep following up. This is a follow-up situation. This is not a rush to it situation.
For sure. I just followed up on a property from 3 months and I just followed up for 5 minutes, got it locked, and Rocky already found a buyer for it. So
come on now, let's go.
Yeah, this might be our first deal. So I'm excited about that one.
So Rocky, you got a buyer locked?
Not might. It is going to be your first deal because this buyer is my number one buyer on top of my tier 1 buyers.
Okay.
So she signed, deposited $5K non-refundable AMD. We're in play, baby. We're getting that deal done.
So wait, hold on a second. How much you gonna make?
Okay, so you know me, Jamil. I'm a freak when it comes down to negotiation. So far we're at 15,500.
Okay.
But there are a few things that are really wrong with that house that I noticed today from
so you can go renegotiate and get it a little bit lower.
Right, baby. You know how I roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna get I want to get at 30 so Cameron can make 15K.
All right, so you want to get another 15K off?
Oh, definitely. I'm gonna go for a 25.
Are you gonna help her out with the retrade email? Are you gonna help her construct that?
Oh, I'm gonna get on the phone.
Okay.
I'm gonna let them hear my voice.
Cameroon, I'm excited for you.
You know how it goes.
Finally, it's happening. Thank you so much. The meal is all thanks to you and this community. It's just magical in here, and I'm so honored to have you guys in my life.
My little sister's gonna make some money. I love you, honey.
Take care, Jamil. Also, shout out to Rocky and Michael Moore. He's been helping
Course.
me out.
The people in this place are just crazy good. Crazy.
Awesome.
What beautiful humans.
For
Love
sure.
you guys. Rocky, thank you. Cameroon, congrats.
Of course, man.
Let's go. Let's go.
What I'm here for, you know. I remember first time she came on and she was nervous, and I said, Jamil, I'm gonna open my house up for people to come in here and make calls. And
Yeah.
Look at that.
Dude, I mean, look, Cameroon is just a special human being. I absolutely love that she has just remained true and consistent and has showed up. She has showed up. She has always led with her heart. She's always been here, helpful to people, positive. But when she's going through it, she comes and brings her situations here so that we can help her. And she hasn't had an easy situation the last few little while. I know what's been going on personally there, and I'm just so flippin' proud of you to have been able to come through and do this. And you're showing everybody who naysayed you. When that wire hits, stay humble. But when that wire hits, in your heart that what you've been doing is worth it.
I'm into that. All I want to say is, Cameroon, I'm really proud of you because what I've seen this a lot. Jamil knows I've known Jamil for quite 3-4 years now, Jamil, and we've seen it. We've seen people, even outside the community, they come in and they hungry, but then it dies. The spark just dies. It's like when you're first dating somebody and 3-4 months into their relationship, then you take it to the next level, and then the spark dies and you don't know how to reignite it. And Cameroon, you stay true, you stay consistent, and I always said this to people, like, you've got to stay consistent. Sometimes you might get lucky, really, and get the deal within the first month or two, but sometimes it really takes that hustle. And then once you get that deal, it's a matter of just repeating the same thing and then scale out and grow the business. Because this all, like, when I joined Jamil 3 years ago, you remember this?
I do. I'll never forget that, talking to you in that bowling alley. What were we? Axe throwing? Was it axe throwing? We were at.
I think that's what it was. And you told me, you said, "Do you love your job?" I said, "I love everything I do." And you were like, "But do you not want the time with your family?" And that's struck a nerve in me. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do this. And you know my story, Jimmy. I stopped 3 hours every single day for 3 years to do this. And I'm in the couch right now smoking hookah and just closing deals. It's just really just a matter of just keep doing the same thing and just grow it. That's all there is to it.
What do you guys think if I got a hookah over here and I was just like puffing on the pipe the whole time we were doing this call?
I would be like, you
that'd be a good look.
Being an Arab.
Then that'd be a good look.
Some hot tea.
I like the apple tobacco. That stuff's it's yummy.
That's good stuff. Get the double apple. It'll be really good right after. But again, shout out to the community, because look, everything, guys, that's happened is within the community. Like, don't just sleep on this. Rely on others, because we're here to help. I remember Jamil when I opened my house and we got chicken wings over here. She was so scared to call. She would sneak out. I'm like, come back in. It's your turn. She remembers. Look, she's laughing. And look at you. And not only that, I want to put her on the spot. She has 4 other properties she's working on. She got two contracts that were also 7. There you go.
Let's go.
That's it.
Man, that makes me so happy for her. Look at the smile on her face. We love you. Raki, thank you, bro. Cameroon, congrats, sister. Wow. Dara.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Excellent. How are you?
I'm doing very, very, very well.
Good to hear.
I've had lots of people from the community reach out to me for the agent course.
Yes.
And have an update on for them. So I thought I'll just ask you about it.
What am I wasn't I waiting for something from you?
No.
Still, there's nothing I'm waiting for from you. Was there like a final product or like a final? I apologize if this is totally me dropping the ball. I was waiting for, I think, something from you so that I could get it to Yvette so that we could schedule it. That's all. But I don't. Maybe I've gotten it and I just forgot.
Yeah, I emailed everything to you.
Okay, so Yvette, Dara has you know this already, but she's got a phenomenal agent, like Astro agent training that I want her to have an opportunity to share it with the entire community. So can we have that scheduled for, I'm wondering, should we do it on should do it on a specific day, right? Let's get you and Yvette talking tomorrow and let's get the date scheduled, but let's have it for February.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, my sincerest apologies, Dara. I'm sorry. I'm juggling 100 things over here. And so I thought the ball was in your court. Apparently it was not. It was in mine. But it'll be in February, guys. And for all of you that are, just to kind of fill you guys in on what's happening, if you are licensed and you want to understand how to leverage wholesale at a deeper level so that you can, Dara made over 400 grand last year by combining wholesale and her retail business together. And she has incredible strategies on how she's monetizing her leads and how she's converting and working with other agents using her license as the doorway in. So if you are licensed, you absolutely have to be at this training. If you are thinking about getting a license, you have to be at this training. If you want to know how to communicate with agents better without having a license, you need to be at this training. So that basically means all of you need to be at this training. So, Dara, we will set it up. You have my 1,000,000,000% endorsement because I've seen it. She presented it to me. I was beyond impressed with what she's created. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. So you guys are all going to gain a masterclass education from her. So Dara will get that scheduled for you in February. And yeah, excited.
And then some good news. I closed on a deal today. That was my first deal through Astro Blaster.
Yeah.
So I was following. So I have been on Astro Blaster since the start of it.
Yep.
Last year in February, when you announced during the mastermind, that's the time I signed up for it.
Okay.
I had, pipelines and everything in flow. So I was talking to this agent from last March.
Dang it. Almost a year.
Yeah, almost. So back and forth, he had some properties and things didn't work out. Then in October, he sent me a deal. It was at 530 and the ARV was 850 at that time. And he gave me at 530 and we tried to sell it, but we couldn't. And then we had to cancel it. But I was still doing back and forth with the agent. And then the seller decided to kind of, remodel himself and sell it. So the agent is 75-year-old and the seller is 75-year-old. Both of them. Yeah. And they wouldn't, budge on the price or renegotiate. So in January, I had a buyer who came in and she was specific on buying in that locality. So I again reached out to the agent and I said, you know what, is your seller still wanting to sell? And he's like, he's already started work on it. And if you want, he'll give it for 600. We couldn't sell it for we had it at 530 and he was not giving me a commission and I had to just earn it, right? Through my assignment. So we were trying to sell it at 560 in November. We couldn't. And I sold it for 620. I got it at 600. I sold it for 620. I did
Wow.
I did it. I had a buyer. And again, there was a goof up. So there are these two investors. One is local and the other one is out of state. So they were going to kind of wire in the money. So the other investor was out of state. She mistakenly, instead of wire, she did an ACH transfer, which takes 24 hours.
Yeah. Did she freeze or did I freeze? She froze? She's frozen.
And wanted to know how much I was making.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm not comfortable with that. So I don't want to share. So title said no. The agent came running in when we were signing, and he wanted to come in with us while we were closing on it. So I went with the buyer because buyer wanted me to be there, and I didn't have any business to be there, but she wanted me. So I went there, and then I told I shared with the reception that the agent, he wants to come and see all our numbers, and my buyer isn't comfortable sharing her financials, so we don't want him in. And they made sure that he doesn't come inside with
Wow.
with
What a weird dude.
yeah, he's 75, and he was barely able to walk, and still he was over there, and he wanted to know the numbers. Beyond that, the today we were supposed to close, but the money is in the escrow. Half of the money is been wired, and half is going to come tomorrow because of the 24 hours. He wouldn't let us leave from there. He just blocked our way. And he said, no, the money is not there. It's 600,000. So I said, does your seller have some kind of trust issues? Like, we showed him all the documents, and we said, we've already wired 70,000, and the next 70,000 is already deducted from our account. It'll be here tomorrow. And he wouldn't agree. So he made us call Bank of America from there, where the transfer was initiated. And then he spoke to an agent over there, and then he calmed down, and then we left. And my buyer was super impressed because I had so much hold over the title. They were asking me everything before taking any decision or going ahead and informing them that the deal will be in the escrow for 24 hours. So they were like super impressed. And then she took me out for lunch.
That's nice. And he made $20,000.
Yes.
Congrats, Dara.
Yeah, I have one more in escrow. I'm closing next week, and that will be 12,000, all mine. And I have a
wholesale deal.
Yes, that will
awesome.
be. And then I have one more. That's a retail. I got a listing, and this buyer had bought a deal through me a few months ago, and then she renovated it, and now she.
And now you get to double dip on it, and you get to list it.
Yes.
Come on, girl.
Yeah, I already lined up a buyer for that property. So I'm going to have both sides, the seller and the buyer. So I'm so excited about it. And yeah.
I love my life. Being able to be here and listen to these wins is like the biggest joy that I get to enjoy. Thank you, Dara. Thanks for making my night.
Jamil, I have 2 YouTube questions.
Yeah, let's get them.
Okay, Anthony Rivera, how do you adjust or comp with a subject property that has a large lot size that's unique to the neighborhood?
Okay, it depends on the price point. So, if it's under 500,000, if it's like non-luxury, okay, typically you're looking at roughly $5,000 to $10,000 in additional value per like 5,000 square feet. So lot size in smaller in lower price points isn't as valuable as it is in luxury price points. In luxury price points, for an additional 5,000 square feet, you're typically looking at about $25,000 in value for every additional 5,000 square feet in lot size. So it really changes based off of the price point of the property.
Thank you. And LU said, Jamil, regarding the guest house, you only use 50% square foot, but do you add the bed and bath count?
No, I'm not taking into consideration bed bath count in a casita or a guest house. I'm strictly looking at square footage, but great question. All right, Heidi. Is it kind of fun having the folks in YouTube sort of getting it like, this is cool, right? I like it. Hey, let me engage with them because I haven't really talked to them for a second. Let me just say something to these guys on YouTube. Hey, YouTube folks, if you guys are enjoying this, give me some love in the chat. Say something in the chat. Give me some like hearts or something. I don't know. If you guys are enjoying this, and if you haven't already liked this, you've been sitting here for how many? We're almost here 4 hours. We're gonna keep going. But if you guys are enjoying this, then you should be in this community. I mean, why not? Look at how fun this is. Look how much money everybody's making. My goodness. I couldn't stage this. I don't have this kind of organization or even how would I ever even be able to stage this? This is just what's happening. This is what happens in this community. They win. Lots of love for Seth. I think Lori Jane is next, right?
Diana Hoff.
Oh, Diana Hoff. Pow, pow. No, Diana Hoff. Okay.
No, so Heidi's next, and then Lori Jane.
I called Heidi. Heidi isn't here. Is she here? Heidi, you here? Lori Jane.
Well, hello.
Hello.
So good to see you.
Great to see you.
I'm taking off of gratefulness for what the community has done for me, because I've been thinking about that a lot and wanted to express that. And you talked a little bit earlier about how the average income in the United States is what, 35K, you said, a year? So I was thinking about it, how, life has been wavy for me too. So really the last couple of months, I haven't really worked like I did, but I've still been working. The thing is, because of this community, because of the relationships, there's been stuff coming to me. So then I've worked really hard at what's come to me.
Right.
And so without this community, I wouldn't have that. I wouldn't have the freedom to take the time I need for family and still be working. So even in the months that has happened, I still closed a deal in December, one in January. I have one in February.
Wow.
Hoping to have another one under contract tomorrow.
Wow.
Helping dispo another one. So I'm so grateful. And then I look at just the last 11 months. If anybody's listening on YouTube and you're on the fence about coming on board, it is so worth it. Just my real estate business in the last 11 months, 67,000, Jamil.
Wow.
And that's part-time.
I know.
I do this part-time.
Yeah.
Right. So it really has been, what do I even say? Thank you. I'm so grateful.
I'm just, I have a tremendous amount of love and respect for you. And I watch you with like, you are just this, you are so full of love and light, and you always bring just the most incredible energy to these calls, and you are so helpful to people. And it means it does not surprise me one bit that goodwill gravitates to you, and that you have magnetized yourself for opportunities, even when you needed to take time for your family, because that's who you are. You're the kind of lady who takes time for her family when your family needs it. But we also know that God will provide to us regardless, as long as we are in that space. And if we have faith, right? And faith is what you never lose. Right. And I've seen that in you, and you continuously show up and show out in faith. And this is what it is. And the one thing that and I catch flack for saying this, but I believe that entrepreneurship is a spiritual process. I 100% believe that. I believe that we are on a spiritual journey, and even in entrepreneurship, we are expressing ourselves in divine ways, and how we act and how we interact with people, and how we show up in our conversations, and the words we choose to use, and the feelings we choose to leave behind in people matter. When we spend 8 hours or more of our day at work, how could we not make this a spiritual process? Why is our soul, why do we leave our souls for Sunday?
Oh, yeah, that's
Really?
my world. Yeah, I can't
why do we leave
even.
our souls for Sunday? We should be engaging them every day.
Right.
In everything that we do, in every activity we do, and especially in how we make money.
Yeah.
Because
I
that's where it
agree.
matters. That's where people can see, they can feel that. They can say, man, this person that I'm dealing with, there's something different about them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's so many people in this community that are different that way. And
Yep.
so, I mean, just that everybody helps each other. I mean, that's what I want to say too. It's not without the people that have helped me, how could I be helping other people now?
Right.
You know? So really reaching out for that help and continuing to ask questions and then being able to pass that on to others. I mean, that's been another really big blessing in the last couple of months. I have been getting more opportunities from people in the community that want help comping and, making sure their numbers are right. And it's been such a blessing to be able to be that
Yeah.
to them, So yeah, just so grateful. One other thing that I wanted to say, I mean, this whole call has been great. I've got all my notes, but when you were talking about the different markets, the smaller markets where
Yep.
there's just not urgency there, I mean, that is definitely Pensacola where I am.
Yeah, right. It's just like that.
Mhm.
People are just kind of, they just go with the flow. It's just like how do you create an urgency in there? Because you are because you are in that situation, and how have you navigated it? Do you have any advice for Tabitha and what she's doing in Indiana?
I think what's happened, Jamil, is I have had to adjust to them more than they have had to adjust to me.
And that's
So,
fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
when I have
Yep.
tried to get things under contract and only do like a 3-day inspection period, it very rarely works out well for me
Right.
because they don't move fast. And even if I come right out with my better buyers that, I really trust and they trust me, and I even come out and tell them, hey, I'm going to lose this and this one's urgent. Like I'm not lying about this. This is a short inspection period. They understand the process. I don't need to be afraid they're going to steal it from me, kind of thing. They still don't move fast. It doesn't matter. So I end up having to go back and get a longer inspection.
So
And
do you think that that's maybe one of the things that she could do is in her deals in Indiana, maybe try to negotiate a longer inspection period right out the gate? Or are you just going with the standard IP until you need more time and then extending? What's your play there?
I usually go for the 10-day standard.
Okay.
And it's I'm usually able to find a buyer within that amount of time.
Okay.
But if I try 3, 5, 7,
it's too hard.
It's very difficult. I mean, I'll have the buyers say to me, well, we're not in any rush. So I guess we'll just,
I hate that.
Whatever.
I mean, like, what do you mean you're not in any rush? I know, but what can you do? But then that you turn them off. Right.
Exactly.
Because the energy, they don't like that energy. It rubs them. It's friction to them because they are moving in a certain frequency, and now you're coming in a completely different frequency, and it doesn't match. Right. So I love what you're saying, Lori Jane. Maybe Tabitha, if you're still on the call, take note of this. Right. Match energy. We talk about it in the course, right? We talk about mirroring energy, mirroring the way that your seller or your agent or whoever it is that you're interacting with, mirroring that energy so that you're matching them instead of being frictional or oppositional to them. And I think, Lori Jane, you make a great point that this is how you should actually operate in this is mirroring it in a way that you match energy so that you don't put yourself in a spot that's like a vice. Why put yourself in a pressure cooker when it's unnecessary?
Right. And there was friction when I was, trying to speed them up.
Right.
And so, I just slowed down. And even Swayam brought, he does deals all over Florida. So I've done a couple with him that have worked out, but one, he got just a 3-day inspection period and it didn't work.
Yeah.
You know, and 2 days after he had to let it go, then my buyers come back. Oh yeah, we really want to walk that now. Like, and they don't care that it was too late. You know, they're not gonna,
They're like,
not gonna
okay,
speed up.
no problem. Next
Right.
time. Do do do.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody else is in a slow market and they have other ideas, but that I have found I've just had to slow down to their pace. And I mean, that's fine too. The deals still get done at a slower pace.
That's it.
Yeah.
Lori Jane, I love you.
I love you too, Jamil.
Thank you.
And everybody here.
Jose.
Hey, Jamil.
What's up?
It's been a minute.
How you been, man?
I've been busy.
Where are you
Sorry,
at right now? Where you at? You at Walmart? Where are you at?
I'm at Walmart getting some dog treats for my dogs.
Nice. What kind of treats your dogs like?
We're kind of exploring on different ones. We're kind of picky, so trying to figure out which ones they like.
Stay away from rawhide. It gives them rawhide. That's all I know.
Yeah, they're not big fans of that.
No, it's I gave this guy rawhide and I was cleaning the floor for a few
Yeah,
days.
no,
It's gross.
it's bad on the stomach.
It's terrible, man. I don't know why that stuff is legal to give to dogs, man. Every dog I've ever given rawhide to gets rawhide.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How can I help today, brother? What's cracking, man?
Well, I just wanted to say hi. It's been a minute, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of me. I've been doing a lot of mental work, so I feel like I'm going to be showing up more often.
Awesome. Remind everybody what market you're in. I want the community to dogpile love and support on you. So where are you doing your business, my G?
I'm actually in Northern California, specifically in the Bay Area.
Okay.
I'm local. I actually do have a potential deal from my brother-in-law. He's a real estate agent in the area too.
Okay.
And he hit me up the other day saying that he has a pre-foreclosure, and I wanted to see if he knew anybody that's kind of in that area.
Yeah. Do you have the address? You want me to comp it, or what do you want? Do you just want me to connect you with somebody?
If you can connect me with someone, that's great. I mean,
Have you connected with Jose yet? Jose V in the community?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you connected with Jonah and Tyler?
Tyler, no, but Jonah, I have. Heard that they do pre-foreclosures, if I'm not mistaken.
A pre-foreclosure is like any other lead, bro. Don't get caught up in the semantics of it. All pre-foreclosure means is that they're in default. They're behind on their payment. That's all. But it doesn't change the transaction structure, and it doesn't change anything about the deal. It just means that there's more urgency on the seller to get this done, and they're likely behind on their payments a little bit. And if they don't have the money to come up to pay that, then it'll come out of their proceeds to pay up what they're behind. But other than that, the deal is exactly the same.
Okay. Well, I do know that he's urgent to sell.
Okay.
And the owner has cancer, so he's wanting to sell quick.
Got it.
Within next month. So it's kind of a quick process.
Okay. Well, I know for a fact that any one of those guys, Jose, Jonah, Tyler, Angelo Ferrari, he's another one in the community who's really, really good. And then also I have a Keegley franchise. Hold on. You got a phone. Can you open up your notes?
Yeah, I got it on my other phone here.
Okay. Hunter. His number is 925 428 1543.
925 428
428 1543. Tell him I
Hunter.
said what's up. Yeah, his name is Hunter. He's a good dude.
Okay.
He's a franchise in Northern California. So contact any and all of them. They'll all be able to help you. If you are in a situation where you don't have earnest money, do you have like 10K earnest money available?
So I actually did network with someone in the sub 2 community that does Gator. He said that.
So here's I love Gator. They're awesome, but you don't need it. If you go to Hunter at Keegley, he will put the EMD for you and he'll just JV with you. So if you do a Gator and then go to Hunter, now you're going to split the deal 3 ways. If you go directly to Hunter, you only split the deal 2 ways.
Makes sense.
So you use a Gator when you don't have a Keegley available to you. Gators are awesome. They're phenomenal. In fact, Paula, she's on here right now. She's a Gator. She does Gator lending. She just waved. And anybody in the community here, if you guys, there's lots of Gators in the community, but I know specifically that she's starting this business model, so she's happy to be involved. But when there's opportunities, of course. But when you don't need one, there's no point, right? Like, keep more of your money, and even she would tell you the same thing. She would tell you the exact same thing. So. And that's the beautiful thing about this place, that everybody's going to give you the best advice, not the advice that pays us.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Jamil. Thank you for everything you do. This community has been amazing so far. I just feel like I've been doing a lot more mental work than actual work, but I'll be getting on that soon.
My man. Great to see you, bro.
Great to see you too. Take care.
Absolutely. Somebody just asked in YouTube, hey, Jamil, I thought you fasted for a week when you went to Joe Dispenza's retreat a few months ago. No, I didn't fast, but I meditated for about 50 hours that week. And I ate a very when you go to Joe Dispenza retreat, they control what you eat. So I was eating fruit, salad, pretty much all day for 7 days. It was delicious, and I was starving. Isn't this fun? I bet you these guys on YouTube are like, he's just putting on a show for us because like YouTube's watching? Does he really do this every Tuesday? Guys, do I do this every Tuesday? Yup. So that whoever that mentor was that you guys, paid $70,000 to, who never showed up for their coaching calls, go ask for a refund. Sorry. I don't know who I'm talking about or what I'm saying. Who's next, Yvette?
John.
Yo. Hey, can you come to the Twin House?
Yeah, of course.
Hold on, let me get it out. It's 3002 Southland Street, Dallas, Texas.
$3002 Southland Street, Dallas, Texas. 3-bed, 1-bath, single-story property. Built in 1951, been on the market 231 days. So that tells us that price has been rejected for nearly a year, sitting on a 6,100 square foot lot. Let's see what it's worth. That's a duplex. Too big. Too new. Too new. Too new. Also too new. I mean, I hate it, but this is the best I've got so far is this 200 that's right beside it. I hate it because I can't see what, ooh, here we go. Okay, I like this a lot better. Oh, okay, and Pine. Okay, where's Pine at? Three one single story, 206, remodeled, 998 square feet. Okay, let's do this. So 206,000 divided by 998 is 206 a foot. Let's get back to our subject. And it's 1,042. 206 times 1042 gets us to 215. This is going to likely be a full gut. We'll put it at about. Okay. I think you probably need to be in, because it's been on the market so long. Something's going on in this house. The house is priced not terribly. It's still a little bit high, but not super high. So that tells me that when buyers walked this house, they went inside and they found it was terrible. Okay.
Oh.
Also, when you go to wholesale this, your buyers are going to need to see that you've created value for them, right? This house has been on the market for almost a year. Now it's sitting at 140. Okay. Sitting on the market at 140. I say go in at 100.
Oh yeah. I tried to like go to the inside the house. The tenant live inside there. Yeah, and they supposed to move out like on the 11th.
Okay. All right. So they're supposed to move out on the 11th. What were you thinking about for number?
100K.
100K?
98.
I think you're right on the money there, bro.
Oh, so that's the offer.
That's their offer. Yep.
Yeah.
Start at 98 if you want. I think you can do 100, but if you did that, you can. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to assign that deal. You assign it for a 110, make a quick 10K, call it a day.
Okay. Even if there's something wrong with that roof or something.
Yeah, I think at 100,000, you're gonna have enough spread there for somebody to go in and make whatever repairs they need to make.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
No problem, bro. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Jamil, Leah on YouTube asked, how are your current students finding cash buyers? Best way to find them and best approach?
Okay. Well, I mean, we teach a number of methods in the education. Some of the favorite ways that we use are, of course, tax records are great places to find your buyers. Privy is an incredible resource that we use to find buyers. If you actually join Corianne tomorrow on Wholesale 101, she's specifically working on finding buyers tomorrow using Privy. So a great way for you to do that. You can reverse engineer using the MLS. So one of the ways that I love finding a buyer who's ready to buy right now is I'll take a look at anybody in the last 2 weeks who has listed a flip on the MLS. And I know it's a flip because it's remodeled. It has no clothes in the closet, and it's, typically listed with about 4 months after it was purchased. And so that tells me that that was a remodel. Then I find out who that person is on the LLC, skip trace them, give them a call. In addition to that, you can reverse engineer buy and hold buyers by looking at what properties are for rent, who the LLCs are that own those properties that are for rent, reverse engineering, skip tracing the owners of those LLCs, contacting them to see if they're interested in any more buy and hold properties. And then, networking events are phenomenal. They also work with other disposition wholesalers. So a lot of people in this community will focus heavily on just AC, but then they'll partner with a dispo wholesaler within the community. That's somebody who focuses just working on buyers and building their buyers list. Like, for instance, Sharon, she does a lot of AC, but she's a strong dispo wholesaler in Maryland, Virginia area, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Baltimore kind of deal. So, and because she's got such great buyers list and because she's so good at that, when somebody within the community has a deal in one of those areas, they just call Sharon. and share and access their dispo wholesalers. So not only are people finding their own buyers, but they're also leveraging the community to help sell their deals. In addition to that, you can partner with a Key Glee. That's my company. We're franchised all across the country. They're a great resource for a dispo wholesaler. However, I'm not here to just plug my company. I love it when you work with the community. It actually makes me happier when you do deals with the Astro community above and beyond Key Glee. And so yeah, that's essentially how we're doing it. Awesome. Who's next, Yvette, on this list here? I'm lost.
Warren.
Lauren. Warren or Lauren? Warren.
Warren, yeah.
Warren. Warren G. Regulators.
Never mind. Choice.
Choice.
What's up, man?
What's cracking?
All right, all right. Okay, I got a deal that's under contract. It's a fixer. I'm sorry, a fire damage fixer. So I've been working on that. So that's the latest news. I didn't get a chance to mention that the last time we spoke, but I'm still working on that one. And I got a comp for you on another property. Let me know when you're ready. It's in Spokane.
All right. What's the address?
8101 East Liberty Avenue.
Liberty, Liberty, Liberty. I don't know why I can't not do that when I don't know. All right. 8101 East Liberty Ave, Spokane.
Off market.
Off market. 2-bed, 1-bath, single story, 1146 square feet, built in 1922 on a 33,000 square foot lot. Let's look at the comps. Is it me or is Spokane like Seattle's cousin missing teeth?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's a good way to say it.
Okay. Sorry.
That's twice removed.
Okay.
Don't get around me, man. I'll keep you going. That's what I do.
Oh, that was great. All right. So it's 1146, right? It's a tiny guy. Here we go. Oh, but it's a little newer.
But it's sitting on almost like
it's a much bigger lot too, right?
Lot.
So
yeah.
But at this price point, how much does the lot add value? That's the thing, right? It's not
much.
Not much, but it is something, but it's not much.
He originally came off with 240. I'm thinking at 225. The 225. Originally he was at 260. I came in at 225. I'm thinking ARV would probably be around 380 to 4 with that lot. The lot is big enough to put to do 3 parcels, but and plus it's a historic area as well.
Okay. I'm gonna take this over to Zillow because I'm not getting enough here. So let's.
Yeah, love privy for everywhere else but Washington.
Okay. They paid $345 for it in 22. Did you know that?
Yeah, I saw that.
And he's going to sell it at a loss?
He said that's what he's doing. He says he can't. I got him down to. Well, I can't say I do because I'm actually working with an Astro student that came to me by way of Paul Nelson.
Okay.
And and this would be her first deal. So I'm trying to see if we can make this happen. And I thought, let me ask Jamil.
There's your comp. There it is, baby. Okay. So now it's a little larger. So we're going to make an adjustment. Then we'll adjust for the lot. Okay. So we've got 380K divided by 1296 gives me 293 a foot. And what's our square footage?
1146.
Okay. Gets me to 330. And I'd say you probably got, and you got, how big is your lot?
0.77 acres.
So 0.77. So 3/4 of an acre.
Mm-hmm. A little over 3.
I'm going to add another 15,000 on the land. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting about 350 as an ARV.
350.
Yeah. You had it, what, pegged at 380, you said?
Yeah.
You might be right. I mean, but you know, you could be right, Choice, because this is a very similar house, but it's a little larger. Sold at 380. It's on a 10,000 square foot lot. I'm probably being conservative on the land value. Okay, you know, but based off of where I think it sits, I'm conservatively going to book it at 350. Could it push to 380? Absolutely. Right. On the conservative side, though, I'm going to say I think conservatively 350. You're at 380. What if we said 360 is probably where it lands? Okay. And how much does he want?
He was asking. Well, I got him at 240 right now. He's at 240. I'm trying to push him. I'm trying to get him lower.
If you got them to 2.25, dude, you're in the money.
Mm-hmm.
You're at 2.25. I think it's a no-brainer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you could easily wholesale that for sure.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Good to see you as always.
You too.
Heidi is officially back, Jamil.
Heidi, come on down.
Hi, Jamil.
Hi. What's new?
How are you?
I'm excellent.
Oh,
How are you? I miss you. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a few months.
yeah, it's been a minute. I know the last time I said that I was back in action, my dog died. And, so 2023 really kicked my ass.
Yeah. Yeah, it did to a few of us. So sorry to hear that, Heidi. I know that that's a really tough thing. I've been through that myself, and there's no words to describe what that feels like. So sorry.
Oh, thank you for that. That was in September. And yeah, I did come on a call and cried about it a little bit.
Oh yeah, I
And,
remember that. Yeah.
So yeah, we've got the new puppy that is named Mavis.
Right.
The pound
Okay.
had named her, all that good stuff, and she's crazy girl. But yeah, the holidays, all kinds of major mechanical issues with the RV after I saw you at Keighley, and then I got bronchitis and was just deathly ill for like 4 weeks in January. And I had set the intention that I was going to get back into wholesaling because I've completed my life coaching course. So I'm going to slowly build that business. Now I'm back in wholesaling. So that didn't happen in January. So in the last 2 weeks, since I've been feeling much better and just kind of slowly delving into it, the universe has been sending people to me that have not even sent me properties. I am just getting overwhelmed with properties. I haven't even put the message out that I'm back in that. And all of those struggles that I had in 2023, I am so grateful for, because every single challenge with our business, with life, I mean, my van was totaled a week and a half ago, so I have no car. And I'm like, you know what? I took a city bus for the first time yesterday. And I told Pete, I said, I need to be more active. And we're out from under a vehicle that was a burden to us. So, and it was not our fault, it was their fault. So I'm grateful for so much in my life, and I'm just so excited to be back in the game and for so many people reaching out to me. And I just want to apologize to any community member that I offended at any point through the fall in the last few months, because I really did drop out and just disappeared. And I apologize to anybody who was ever offended.
You know, nobody would be offended by that, Heidi. Who would be offended because you needed a break? No one.
Yeah.
We love you. I do want to tell you that, you know, Lori Jane is a life coach, and she might be somebody that you should reach out to and just
Oh,
ask.
she and I talked.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, good,
Yep.
good, good.
She and I have talked. She gave me the name of a life coach also.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, she's amazing. She is amazing. And yes, those buyers down there are slow. We've tried to do deals down there.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I told Pete, I said, really, I feel right now in my gut that by the end of February, I will, have 3 deals in escrow. I don't know how, but with what's coming at me, and even buyers have been reaching out to me. I mean, I had 3 buyers in Vegas reach out to me. You got anything going?
Wow.
We're looking for 10 deals a month. I'm like, I haven't looked at Vegas in a year and a half.
You know, you
Like,
can just reach
seriously,
out to
legit looked at Vegas.
Tabitha. You can reach out to Jameson, ask them what
Exactly.
inventory they have, and see if you could connect the dots, you know?
Yes. Focus primarily on microflip that I did very well at before, and building my buyers list. So I'm glad I heard the 30 a day that you told somebody, because I was struggling with what my KPI for that should be. So thank you
And
for that.
And that KPI comes directly
But
from
this is an amazing community.
my intake team. Thank you, Heidi. You make it that way as well. You're a very important part of what makes this community what it is. And even though we haven't seen you in a little while, it's not the same without you. So happy that you're here. Happy that you're back. Love to see you, and just keep coming. You know, you're loved here.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you. And I just want to say, since this is live on YouTube, that when I closed my first deal in May of 2022, it literally started to snowball, where we made over $100,000 in 6 months.
Crazy.
And it was crazy, especially being a former registered nurse, making, more than doctors do. So yeah, I'm excited to be back. And like I said, I get the feeling that 3 deals in escrow by the end of the month. That wasn't even a goal I said. It was just a gut feeling that came to me the other day. And you know what? I did 100K in 6 months in 2022. Shoot for the stars.
Yeah, look at what
relax, and
look
enjoy
what the Gross
ride.
Bros just did today. They just did 100 and
I know.
20 grand in a day, and he's just sitting there with a
And
smug
Brittany
look on
Von
his face,
Berryman.
like he didn't do something
Yep.
something cool. He's just sitting there like, now he's got a smile.
I mean, this
Now I got a
community is so
smile out of him.
inspiring. Yeah. Yes, this community is so inspiring, and this call was like the best thing for me right now. So I appreciate everybody, but I appreciate you most of all, Jamil.
I love you.
I love
Heidi.
you.
Love you back.
Have a great night.
You too, honey.
Sharon.
Sharon Smith. Oh, hey.
I don't find my unmute there. Hey, brother, how are you?
Amazing. How are you?
I'm good. I came on for 2 reasons. Shameless plug, since this is on YouTube. Hey, guys out there in YouTube land, if you're in Virginia, DC, Maryland, please feel free to connect with me. I got buyers all day long, and I train new wholesalers, so I'm happy to help you guys out and get deals to the finish line. Anyway, Jamil, you are the best comper in the nation. I would say I'm a close second, but I need your help on this one.
Okay.
I've got a quad in Norfolk, and there's not a lot of quads that sell. And so I've got a 6-plex that did sell, that was fully renovated and is gorgeous. And I've got a quad that's on market that's been sitting there for like
What
90 days.
What was the sweet mix of the sixplex?
What do you mean sweet mix? So they were all 2 1s except for one was a 3-2.
What's the fourplex?
All 2 1s.
Okay. How much did the sixplex sell for?
680.
Okay, so
685. It was listed for 650 and it sold for 685.
Okay, so 685 divided by 6, that gets us to 114 a door. Multiply that by 4, that gives us 456 as your ARV on your quad. It's simple. You just go by per door. That sixplex is the comp. So so you're at 456, meaning you're in Norfolk right now. That's probably you want to pick this up at 250.
Okay.
What are they asking?
320.
They're a little high.
They're a little high. It's not terrible condition, but it's vacant, and that's of course, it's that lever, right? Do you want it occupied or do you want it, vacant so you can renovate
on a
it?
quad?
You know what I'm
on a
saying?
quad, you'd want it vacant, but
Yeah.
320 is still just too much because you think about that, and you can use this as leverage, right? Say, per door let's just say, what is it? 320 divided by 4, that's 80 a door. And we said it's at 114. What was it? 114?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah. Okay. So that leave 80, 114. That leaves you 34. That leaves you 30,000 to renovate each. So basically, at the price they're at, they want you to do all of that work for no gain.
Right.
Which you can explain to them. It doesn't make financial sense. Who would take the risk? Who would do this for no spread? Right. So each unit's going to need around 30,000 in renovations. I'm going to put the 30 in. I'm going to be basically doing the work to be worth exactly what it's worth. I'd rather just wait for a sixplex like this guy to come on and buy it fully retail if I was going to do that. So 250 though, Sharon, that'll work.
Yeah. Okay. Cool beans. Thanks,
Cool
brother.
beans. Good to see you as always.
You too.
Michael Sykes.
Hello, brother. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, dog.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I got a comp for you.
Let's do it, man. Nice to see you as always, Michael.
1501 Harts Mill Road, Northeast.
At the price they're at, they want you to do all of that.
Hey, turn me off.
Oh.
You can.
There you go.
Okay. 1501 what?
Harts Mill Road, HARTS Mill Road, Northeast.
Harts HARTSMILL?
No, it's 2 words.
I got it.
Boom.
Okay, 1501 Harts Mill Road, Atlanta. 3-bed, 2-bath, 1690 square foot. His estimate is 5 1/4. Okay, let's see.
Where you at, Zillow?
Yeah, I'm doing Zillow here.
Let's do privy.
Why?
Because there's something right next door.
Okay.
I want to see if you see the same play I see.
Okay, hold on a second.
Do your little trick. There you go. Right? Boom.
Well, first, it's double the size, right? So you can't really use it.
Do the math.
What do you mean?
Do the addition.
Like run this as if you were doing an addition play? Is that what you're saying? Okay, before we do that, I want to do we know what this house looked like over here 1485. Let's take a look. I just want to make sure we're not trying to make something that's not here. Okay, so give me a second here. Let's see what this sucker looked like when it sold. Okay, this is what it looked like. Okay, let's go to our subject. Let's see what our subject looks like. 1501 Harts Mill.
I don't think you're gonna find no real good pictures on Zillow or Privy.
So it's on a 0.6 acre lot. Our lot is how big? 0.5 acres. Okay, so lot size is similar. Okay, let's humor you. Let's do this addition, okay? But we're gonna have to do this math from jump. Okay, so we've got 1690 square feet of original construction. That's going to be probably, $60 a foot and $1 million house. It's $101,000 there. Okay. You're going to need another. How big is this guy?
We're going to need like another 1,300 feet, I think it is.
Yeah, let's call it 1,300 feet. And that's going to cost you in Atlanta right now, $100 a foot for your addition. Okay. So that's 130,000. So you got 101 plus 130. So you got about, let's just round up to $250,000 in the remodel. Okay.
Yep.
So if we've got $250,000 in remodel, we've got $1 million. What did this sell for?
1-1.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think if you pick this thing up at 650 or below, you're in a good situation. What do they want?
525.
Is it listed or it's off market? Is it listed or off market?
Off market.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a big play, Mike, and somebody's got to see the vision that you're putting out here. But for the right rehabber, that's a deal.
Okay, should I go for the 525 or should I try and go at 480? Because I'm gonna be honest, me and Mike, we were looking at maybe like the 500 would be a good price. So I was thinking try and get 480 because she just came out and said, look, we just want 525. Because she the one told me it was a deal. When she first told me about it, she said, we just want 525, and that's a deal right there. So I asked her, okay, well, if I went in, fixed it all up, put it back on the market, what do you think I could get for it? She said, well, things over there moving for 1.1. That's when I went and looked it up and seen right down on the same street is 1.1.
Yeah.
And then I did the math for the addition to add the extra square footage at $100 a square foot with the numbers that you do, like you just said, the 60 for the rest of the square footage. I did that. Did my 70% minus the 70% minus the rehab, and I still came out at around looking good at 500.
Yeah, dude, I mean, look, they want 525, go in at 500, right? I mean, I'd go in at 500. I think you've got an opportunity here probably knock it out of the park. You might wholesale this for 550. You might wholesale this for 599. If this stays off market and they don't list it, you have an opportunity here to slam $100,000 if you market this correctly.
First thing in the morning.
Yeah. So I would highly recommend you chase this deal. Yeah.
I love you people. I love all of y'all. Y'all just people
we
out
love-
there on YouTube. Y'all just don't know what y'all missing by not being in this community. It's the best community you're gonna ever find. Better than anybody else. I know comparison. If you're not in here, you're missing out. If you got the chance, you better get here. And if it's nothing else but for the attitude that you're gonna get out of it. If nothing else but for that, you need to be in this community. Take my word for it. Michael the Millionaire Maker here in Atlanta.
We love you, bro. Thank you for that.
I love y'all too.
He is like, without doubt, the brightest light. I can't say enough about you, dude. You're a wonderful human being. Keep doing what you do, man.
Oh man, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love each and every one of y'all.
We got the same for you, my man.
All right, go wait for a cry.
Okay, don't cry. Uche. He's so good.
What's going on, Jamil?
What's up, bro?
Just comping houses.
Just comping houses, my man.
Yeah. I got a few from Master Blaster today, so wanted to pass it by your way. I don't have a lot of information on it, but wanted to send it to you.
Let's see. What's up?
It's 101 South Iowa Street, and it's in LaPorte, Texas.
(101) South Iowa Street, LaPorte. What is this, commercial?
No, it shouldn't be.
That's a house?
Oh, no, you got the wrong, I gave you the wrong address. It's 1001.
Okay.
1001.
Okay. I was like, man, that's a house?
I know, right? I was messing with you there.
How are they living out there? Okay, we got a 4-bed, 2-bath, single story, 8,200 square foot, 1955 built, 1750. That's everything's clustered.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of comps in this area. But it's off market. It's a pocket listing from an agent. I think they're planning on listing it, but
okay.
Yeah, they're not sure yet. I think the owners need to do a whole bunch of rehab to it still, so she sent it my way.
Is it on stilts or no? No, it's not on stilts.
No, it's not on stilts.
But it's not close enough to the water for it to need it, right?
I don't think so. I don't know the area very well, but I don't think it needs to be on stilts.
So the best I got here is this 1225 Oregon, right? It's a 1525, but it's a 2-story. Now a 2-story is always worth less than a single story.
Yeah.
So I can use that, right? And it's smaller than our subject. So we've got a single story, it's larger. This one has an extra. So I mean, intuitively I push to 150, 160.
Okay.
Don't have a ton of evidence to support it, but given what we've got, given what we know, we can adjust up. I think 160, but beyond that, I'm making it up.
Gotcha.
You know what I
Gotcha.
mean? I think we have evidence to say that, you know, we can do 160, but I think beyond that it starts to get a little bit tough. Yeah.
Did you see 410 Utah Street?
I did not. No. Where did I what did I miss?
Okay.
Because I don't feel like I honestly, dude, there's just not enough data here for me to really to get a good, like, I feel like I'm off, but it's in Texas, so I can't even go into Zillow to look because it's non-disclosure. So what was the one you want me to look at?
410 Utah Street.
Okay, let me look.
I thought that was close by too, and that I was kind of pushing it to bring that one into the comp.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is why couldn't I see this? Why wasn't it popping up?
I don't know. Did you hit all?
Yeah, I did. I mean,
on that search on the comp? Oh man.
But yeah, this is great. This is it. I mean, yeah, this is perfect.
Okay.
This is
that's
perfect.
The one. That's the one.
You could probably, you know, go up from there. Maybe you're, I don't know, slightly higher than that because you've got a little bit more square footage. 240, 245 maybe, but I'd say that's probably it. But yeah, this was a great find. Yeah, this was a great find.
Hey, make sure you give Sharon a hard time this weekend.
Oh, I'm not going to see him when I'm in Canada.
You're not going to see him? Okay.
No, but dude, man, I keep forgetting that you guys know each other, bro. Yeah, I grew up with that guy. You know that? I used to sleep over at his house when we were little kids. You know, he was super cool. Man, you guys still in touch? You guys still talk?
Oh yeah. We talk every once in a while.
Yeah.
He's a big 49.
A big what?
So, 49ers fan.
Oh yeah, dude. Bro, he's been a 49ers fan since we were kids. He's never changed. He's never changed. Awesome, dude. Tell him I said what's up. Tell him I said I love you, and I hope he's doing great.
All right, I will. Thanks so much, Jamil. Appreciate it.
Of course. All right, guys. We made it to the end. Nearly 5 hours today. I think the folks on YouTube are probably just sitting there like, I can't believe this guy does this, but we do this every week. We do this on Tuesdays, on Sundays. We go roughly 4 hours, typically 3-4 hours, depends on what's going on. But what a community, right? I'm grateful for all of you having shown up today. Thank you for coming with the questions, with the inspiration, with the difficulties, all of it. This is what we do here. We hold each other. We hold space for each other. We love on each other. We assist each other. And man, oh man, do we ever win with each other. What an incredible call. I can't even, if we went back and just calculated all the dough that was made amongst the folks in this community here, that just people working with each other. I mean, I am just floored. I am floored with the success here. And I'm proud of you guys. I'm super, super proud of everything that you guys are putting together, all the hard work, all the consistency. My goodness, Cameroon, she came out swinging, and it just goes to show, right, that the consistency of what we do here, it matters. But what really matters is what we're holding in our hearts. You know, this is the one thing that I can say absolutely is the key difference between what we have here at AstroFlipping and what you know, where you can't find this anywhere, is that we've tuned ourselves as a community to vibrate a certain way. And that's in love, right? Love and expansion. And that we see this all the time. And the success that we're able to create because we are in that space is just beautiful. And it's inspiring and it's contagious. And we've been able to, I'm sure, shock the folks who are being able to watch this from the outside. And they're probably getting a little bit of FOMO thinking, how do I get in there? So YouTubers, all of you that have been joining us from YouTube, reach out to people in the community. You know, if you can't join the community, connect with the community, be a part of it some way, somehow. But this is where it's going down. This is the most successful group of wholesalers that exists in America. I want to see you be a part of it. And guys, be proud of yourselves, because if it wasn't for you guys, I mean, honestly, I don't even know that I'd have a purpose in my life. You guys have given me so much, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a reason to be here. Thank you for giving me a reason to wake up and smile. And thank you guys for showing up for yourselves every day, because every time you guys win, I feel like I'm winning 10 times. So from myself and everybody else at AstroFlipping, we love you guys. God bless you. Have a wonderful night. See you all on Sunday. And YouTube guys, take care. We're out.
Good night, brother. Love you.
Good night, Jamil.
Love you.
Thank you, good. Thanks,
Love you,
Jamil.
Jamil.
Everyone.
See ya.
We'll
Take care.
talk this week.
Go
Pura
Niners.
vida.